Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Stream Elements. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, clarkio. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Roy Lisi.
Roy Lisi. Hey, Roy Lisi, Frackberg, and May. Good to see you all. Thank you for being here. Sorry for the late start. We're going to get going in just a second. I'm going to try and use the website version of the face tracking tool today. So I'm trying to get that set up and then we'll be good to go. Oh, that camera's not on. Yes, it is. Ah, ruh-roh. Turning it off and back on again. I might have to stop stream and start it again. Like close OBS completely. This happens sometimes. Oh, there we go. Yay, it's working. Okay. I guess I can kind of show you all what I'm doing ahead of time. See if we can get it all working. the last camera? HDMI 4. Play.
Roy Lisi says yes. Opens Task Manager OBS useless kills XD.
I think we're good. I just need to configure it probably. Text to speech is working. Glad to hear that. Let me switch so you can just at least see what I'm doing. First of all, here's me. Hey, why do I seem so low? What about on here when I go to this? Yeah, it seems so low to the screen. My head is like, normally you can see my shoulders, right? It's not him, it's his son. What? I don't have a son. What are you trying to say? I look younger? Missed you. Missed you too, Roy Lisi. Missed you too. But I had a good time off. So you can see before I mess with the small, yeah. Oh, that's what you mean, yeah. Because I'm like, oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Maybe I gotta adjust this in camera. All right, I think that's good enough. All right, so in any case, I'm on my website, clarkio.com/streamtools facecam scene switcher. I've dropped that in the chat, so you can check it out yourself if you like. And then
welcome in and thanks for joining today, Clarkio.
Thanks for joining, Clarkio. Glad you're here. Then I went in, I added all the cameras I wanted, 1, 2, and 3, as you can see here. And then I just need to add, well, I need to configure it. Failed to connect to OBS, so I got to do that. So it doesn't have the scenes yet. So let me get the password. And then we'll do the intro dance. Paste that in. Save it. Update scenes. Failed to connect still. Still failing. Dang it. Roy Lisi with the 7 stream streak. Uwu, finally the 7-day, a whole week, the time till next stream. I appreciate that, Roy Lisi. That's super, super cool. Oh, and May with the 7 stream streak too. Appreciate you both very much. Thank you. That's very, very kind. And you get 450 Bower Bones for it too. So I guess it's not gonna work. Maybe if I go back and then go to configure again. Nope, it's still failing to connect. Let's double check those settings. Yeah. Yes. I wonder if I put in like my local IP. Maybe that'll help. Instead of local host. What if I do 127.0.0.1? Nope. Alright, I'm gonna hide. Just to see what's going on. Error retrieving scenes, failed to connect. WebSocket connection to localhost 445 failed. Still failing to connect. It's not telling me the exact error, though. It's just like, I gotta get better logging, I guess. Well, it's because it's hoisting. All right, what if I do that? Nope. Failed to construct a WebSocket. An insecure WebSocket connection may not be initiated from a page loaded over HTTPS. Oh. Shnikes, Batman. Okay. We caught a bug. We're going to work on that today. Perfect. Well, I was going to work on more of styling stuff for the website, but if it's functionality that I need to fix, then I need to do that. So let's just run it locally. Let's get that going, and then we'll do the intro dance. When I click on your link, it's asked if I want Clarkio to use my camera. Clarkio.com, yeah. I would say no. But, I mean, I'm not doing anything beyond on the website, like using the camera. So, I mean, you've seen me write the code. So, and you can inspect the code. It's all in the client. But it is kind of a weird prompt, right? Do you want Clarkio to use your camera? Creepy. Creepy. Connect the code space. Stream tools? Yep. Setting up remote connection, starting code space. Happy Friday, everybody, by the way. We haven't officially started. So if you're just tuning in, we're kind of just warming up, getting set up here. Trying to get my stream tool face cam scene switcher working so that I can actually start. npm run dev -- host. Boom, chicka boom, chicka boom, chicka bow wow. Stream tools, go here. Yep. Let's make sure back here. All these cameras are off. Good. We're in here. We're gonna add 4. It's already been added. I add 2. All right. Where's all these buttons now? I can't see the buttons. What did I do? Oh, because I was trying out Tailwind. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So here's me running it locally in a code space. So locally. And you can see like the add camera button's like a different style than go back here. Like this one, and it's supposed to be right there, but they're like gone. Oh, it's right there. Play camera, start tracking. So if I play camera. Uh-oh, it like froze. Okay. Okay. Start tracking. Failed to connect to OBS. Let's go to config. Yep. Get the password. Save. Update scene options. Now I'm not getting any messages. Oh. Whoa. Config. Okay, it's working. Connecting at least. That looks correct. Okay, so we can go back, which goes all the way back, of course. Play. Start tracking. Start tracking. Start tracking. Hey. Hey. Hey, it's working. Okay, we can do the intro dance now, at least for now. And then we'll get into fixing stuff. All right, ready, chat? It's dance time. Excusez-moi. I has to be back soonish. About time to end the fast. Good luck on today's stream. Probably will catch it, but just in case. Okay, yeah. Totally understand, Releasey. Good luck on that. Congrats on completing the fast. Well, once you get there, since you're close to the end. Almost made it. All right, here we go.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Bioko.
I don't know what this move is, but it's like a shoulder shrug. Hands-free scene switching, using the noggin, using that mug. An ad, good time for an ad. Twitch, good time.
There's an ad running for 90.
This is hard to do. Because normally I'm manually going like every beat sound I'm doing it. I gotta make it snappier. See, like it's not snappy enough. We gotta get snappier. Good to see you, BioCal, by the way. Thank you for dancing along. Woo! All right. Stop tracking. Stop tracking. Stop tracking. All right. That was fairly successful. I'm pretty happy with how that went. I need to make it snappier. I need to fix to use WebSockets over secure protocols, because on my website it's HTTPS. So we need to do that as well. I need to like revert these tailwind changes, I think, as well. So in any case, happy Friday. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. Thank you for being here at the start of the stream. Joining in, you just witnessed the intro dance that I do. I'm Clarkio, your host. This is the Clarkio Shenanigans Show every Friday, pretty much, at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, pretty much, on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Definitely, not pretty much, definitely on those two. So, happy to have you here. I've been working on, if you're new to the stream or you're just tuning in for the first time, or it's been a while since you tuned in, I've been working on this tool that uses AI that can detect when it basically does face recognition, and it's an AI that does all kinds of camera detection work, and it can detect features on your face and like where your gaze is and stuff like that. And so we're using that to detect when I'm actually looking at a camera, and then triggering that to change a scene in OBS, which is my streaming software, because typically my motivation behind that is I've always been manually, for instance, when I switch here, manually pressing buttons on the Stream Deck here. My hand's in the way, and so is the microphone. There you go. You can kind of see it down there. So I'd manually be pressing buttons, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, right? Which is fine. But when you're trying to dance and you got your arm tethered to this thing, it's not conducive to the dad moves. I know, exactly, BioCow. Pressing a button, work. Hello, Frackberg. We just did the dance, but we're gonna have to practice the dance some more. So it's good to see you, buddy. So welcome in, everybody. Happy to have you. So that's the project I've been working on. We're going to pick up on that more. Two things that, well, one I was planning on doing is working on some of the styling of it using Tailwind. However, I'm going to postpone doing that since we found 2 bugs. Maybe we'll get into it today if the bugs don't take too long. One bug is that when I have it hosted on my website, clarkio.com/streamtools, because that's over HTTPS, it doesn't like making the connection. So basically, I'm using just regular WebSocket connection from that browser to my local OBS WebSocket server. However, because the site is hosted on HTTPS, the browser or something is blocking it from making a non-secure connection over a secure connection. You get what I'm saying? So that gets blocked. And then what was the other thing? There's something else I needed to fix. Chat, what was it? Oh, snap. I'm forgetting. Oh, I wanted to make it snappier. I didn't even mean to do that. I wanted to just fine tune it a little bit so that it switches scenes faster. And I think there's a little tweaking that I can do in there that will shorten the time that it takes for it to detect that I'm looking at a camera and changing the scene. What's up, Caterade? Good to see you. Good to see you. Exactly. Snap May. So snap and secure. Those are the 2 things we got to work on today to fix. But before we get into that, we do wins of the week, ! WOTW in the chat if you don't know what that is. But the short of it is, the TLDR is don't dwell on the negative. Try to focus on the positive. What's something positive that happened to you this week? Okay? So, check that out. If you use the command if you like. Start sharing your wins of the week in the chat, and we'll celebrate those together. Caterade, I will read that shortly, but you're wrong. You don't know how to read these bracket things, sis. That's not my loss. She's winning right now. Yes. We'll get into it. I am not worried one bit. Not worried one bit. All right, so my wins of the week. One is I got sick, but I'm like feeling much better today and recovering. So, but one thing I'm gonna ask you all to keep me honest is like try to keep me from yapping too much. This just became a job. Because I feel like I have a sore throat still, and I think if I yap too much for too long of a period of time, then it's not gonna help that situation. JT with the 50 months resub Prime. I appreciate you, JT. Thank you for always remembering to do that and continuing to do it. I don't know how much longer. There's talks about them getting rid of Prime, by the way. I don't know if you saw some of that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. 50 months is a heckin' long time. Thank you for being here and supporting the stream for so long. It means a lot, JT. And yes, Schmerple. Man, we got some good memories over these years. BioCow, thank you for sharing your win of the week. I'll get to that in just a second. You had to hunt for the Prime checkbox? Yeah, I think they might be like making it harder, and they're trying to get rid of it. I believe so, because it's just costing Amazon a lot of money, I think. Twitch in general is costing Amazon a lot of money. And Amazon apparently is not doing so good. I saw something recently about they're there's somebody that was a developer advocate at AWS, in particular, Amazon Web Services, and they did not have a lot of good things to say about them, and they were talking about like just where things are going. So Amazon's not doing so great. Amazon Web Services, at least, in particular. I think at the company as a whole too, because they were talking about the stock price of it and whatnot. Anyway, I'm not going to get in the weeds of that. I don't care. I mean, I care that people are getting like laid off and that type of thing, but I don't care about Amazon. They're not my favorite company. Also, Facebook had another thing that came up where I don't have the link handy right now, but you can look it up. Facebook was essentially they were spying on their users that use Snapchat. So basically, they view Snapchat as a competitor, kind of understandable, and they wanted to get data on, like more concrete data on Snapchat as a competitor and how people are using it. And so what they did is they basically inserted a man-in-the-middle attack on their own users and like tracked their internet traffic with Snapchat. Like, I mean, how many more signs do people need to get the hell off of Facebook? Stop using Facebook. Stop contributing to this company. I just don't. Yeah, Facebook spying? I'm shocked. I know, right? Yes, look it up. Do a quick Google. Facebook, Snapchat, man-in-the-middle attack, or it was something recently that popped up on, I think it was on LinkedIn, because it was Marcus Hutchinson, who's a big-time known hacker and now cybersecurity advisor. He posted about it on LinkedIn, I believe. I do use Instagram, Frackberg. You are correct. However, I started going to delete it because as a result of this. And it will happen. It will happen. It will. The one thing that, and this is why I understand why people want to stay on Facebook. I think I'm just I'm hooked to stories on Instagram. And the reason I'm hooked on stories is friends that I've made on that platform, they share stories of just you get to see more of their everyday life stuff. I don't even see posts. Actually, I take that back. I do see posts. I see a lot of card magic tricks happening on there. I'm into that feed. What's the other thing? Something relevant to me. Oh, college basketball people that analyze the latest results of March Madness that's going on. Those have been the two big things that I'll watch that are in my feed. But I can do without it. Instagram does suck a lot of my time. Hey, thank you for the follow, official. You deleted Facebook in 2017 and I'm much happier for it. Yes, that's good. My mom deleted my dad's Facebook. However, somehow he or somebody else made a second, by the way, Caterade, I don't know if you realize this too, made a second, either somebody made a second account on him or it's a original account that he had made a long time ago but forgot about and they don't have access to or something. But he comes up in search and it's public. So my mom is trying to sort it out. BioCal says, I never really Facebook, but I still own some Facebook stock from the IPO. Should I feel guilty? No. It's not like you're the one making the decision for Facebook. It's the executives. That's what I'm saying. So I have no shade against the people that work there and they're making a living and they're getting paid well, that type of thing. I totally get that. It's the leadership. It's Mark Zuckerberg and all of the C-level people that are making these decisions. And then the people below that are being told to do that. This is your job. Do this, and it's they could, I'm not going to judge those people because I don't know what their situation is. The people that actually executed this man-in-the-middle attack on behalf of Facebook that work for Facebook, I'm not going to judge them as much as I judge the senior leadership that makes these decisions. So, card tricks, nerd. Yeah, I'm a nerd. And I've been doing some of those. Actually, I should do some card tricks today with you all that I learned.
This just became a
X! Yo, 10 months! Resub. Appreciate that, X. Thank you for that continued support. That's a long time too, man. 3 of clubs. Sorry, too soon. Wait, why is that too soon? What do you mean 3 of clubs?
Welcome in and thanks for joining.
I'm not getting that reference. What's up, Roadblock? How long have you been a dev for? Ooh, over 10 years, but I'm trying to think the exact time frame. Like professionally, I've been working in the industry since 2010, so about 14 years now. But I was coding before that too a little bit. But I'd say professionally 14 years. You haven't done a card trick yet. I was picking a card. Oh, I got you, BioCow. So yeah, about 14 years, Roadblock. What about you, Roadblock? What's been your experience? How long you've been doing development, or are you looking to get into the industry? And that's Roadblock over on YouTube for folks that are watching on Twitch. 14 years, psst, youngin'. Yeah, that's kind of wild to say, right? Because there's people that have been programming since like the 90s. Like 2 years? Okay, nice, very good, very good. Fun times. Fun times. What kind of programming? I'm still a student. Okay, yeah, fair enough. What kind of programming languages do you find yourself using, Roadblock? Also, I'll catch up with people on their wins of the week in just a second. You're kind of bad? I mean, we all are. 14 years and I'm still bad at programming. It's just constantly learning. If there's one, I know you're not soliciting advice necessarily right now, Roadblock, but if there's one piece of advice I could give to you as a fellow developer, is to embrace the always learning mentality. You're always going to need to learn and you'll be successful. It's worked for me. It's worked for hundreds of thousands of other developers in the industry that embrace it. And I think you'll be successful that way. Frackworks is my experience. I was perfectly happy making tall grass short, and a buddy convinced me to get into IT. Now it's stress and unemployment. Yep, great move. You will find something. I believe in you. I believe it will happen. Rust and PHP. Okay, nice. Yeah, Rust is all the hotness. Rust looks intimidating to me as somebody that's been doing development for 14 years. PHP, not so bad. I've done PHP a little bit in the past. Okay, only thing I can say to that is do what you love. If you don't love IT, then yeah, that's true. I think Frackberg loves cycling lately. Maybe Frackberg can get into that industry. JT says try 80s, late 70s if you count high school. Really? What kind of programming would you be doing then? Is that like COBOL years? Or just like straight assembly? There's no money in cycling? What are you talking about? All that shit is expensive, all the products and whatnot. Unless there's something you like, I mean, you're more familiar with it, but I'm just a spectator on the outside looking in, and like the bikes alone are like, what, thousands of dollars, right? Like real bikes that people ride. The software probably, like what about the Zwift software or whatever it's called? Basic. Oh yeah. I've done, well, when I started out in high school on my own, I had taken like one elective class, I think it was in high school, called Q Basic. And well, not called Q Basic. It was like, I don't even remember what the class was called, but we were using Q Basic. Oh, I meant writing, not manufacturing. No, that's what I'm saying though, Frackberg. Like if you're really into it, find an area within it that you can maybe get a job in. You know what I mean? Again, it's all about what you're interested in. Why did that? BioCow 10 print fart go 20 go to 10. Nice. Fart, I don't know why fart was not already a permitted term in this channel. It should have been, and I'm disappointed in myself. Speaking of fart, my oldest daughter has been making this dad joke this corny joke over and over again, and I've been loving it every time. She comes up to me and she goes, "I love you with all my," and then she actually farts. And I die laughing every time. Roblox asks, does APL mean A programming language or Apple programming language? I don't know that I'm familiar with that, honestly, Roadblock. Maybe someone in chat can help with that. Gross, I approve. Trevor says that's a girl after your heart. Yes. Like you, those of you that have been here a while know that like farts is like part of my branding, and it's like very true to me and my family now too. A programming language, JT says all sorts of weird symbols. Fart. Yes, there it is. Although the fart animation didn't go off on that one. That's disappointing. All right, so yes, my win. Getting back to the wins of the week. Again, folks, if you have one, feel free to share it. No pressure. Juicy fart. No pressure to share one.
Thanks for joining today, Ayush Sharma.
What's up, Ayush? Happy Friday. So yeah, if you got a win, share it in the chat. We'll celebrate it together. If you don't know what wins of the week is, do !WOTW in as a command in the chat room. Hit send, hit enter, and then the bot will respond to you to give you more context on what that's about. So yeah, one of my wins of the week is got sick, but I'm feeling better. Had an awesome break with the family for spring break last week. We did a little staycation, played in the pool. We also, another win is we got to see some friends this week that are in town that are there on their own spring break, and it was just nice to catch up with them. They got kids around the same age. They're also high school sweethearts that are friends of ours, so it's really awesome to connect with them in person, even though we do keep in touch regularly online and stuff like that. Good Friday day, but not for me. Okay. So those are my wins of the week. Now let me catch up on some of yours, and I know folks have shared a few in chat already, so let me scroll back up. I think BioCow, you were the first one? No, Caterade was. Caterade said, my win of the week is beating Clarkio in March Madness. So let's talk about this. Currently, she is. I'm not going to divulge the whole bracket stuff that we're in. So her husband, my brother-in-law, created a pool with his family and friends and invited me in there. And Caterade really wanted me to because she's always competitive, okay? She's always got to make everything so competitive because I'm the older brother, she's the younger sister, and she just wants to beat me, and I always beat her and everything, and so it's just this constant thing. So anyway, according to the scores right now, she is beating me because she has, where is she? She's in third. She has, out of like 30 something people, I think it is 32. She has 540 points. Now, here's the thing that you probably don't know about Caterade if you're still there. The key metric to be paying attention to, I mean, it's good that you have that many points right now, but the key metric is your max points that you can get. And her max points right now is one of the lowest max points in the group, 1,300. Now mine, on the other hand, I have 490 points, so I'm about 50 points behind, but my max is 1,490. I'm not scared. I'm confident. Now here's the thing, when it comes to March, well, first of all, if you're new here and you didn't know this, March Madness is my Christmas. Still here and ready for the roast. So so just know, like, and who'd she pick again? Let me see. She made some good picks. I'm proud of your picks, Caterade. By the way, this website, sometimes, I don't know if this happens to anybody else, ESPN Tournament Challenge website is just garbage. I don't know what it is. I'm using Brave. I turned all the Brave things off, the shields off, and it still just gets all buggy, and I have to refresh it like 15 times to get it to actually load. All right, so she picked... Let me just put it on the big screen here for me so I can see. She made some great picks. I'm impressed. She picked Illinois to get to the Elite Eight, and UConn, and then picked UConn over Illinois, which I think is a good pick. I agree with that. Then she picked Houston and Duke to play, which they're playing today at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. And in it, she picked Houston over Duke.
Thanks for joining today, Zero's Clay Hacks.
Oh, Clay Hacks, yes. Great to see you, by the way. Welcome in. I agree. I can't believe the Tar Heels lost yesterday. But big props to who was it? Alabama. Alabama beating them by 2. It was a back and forth game. There was several times where I was like very confident, where I was like, oh, North Carolina's got this in the bag, and then Alabama just came running back in it. That's the thing about college basketball, is those, like, there's always a chance for some runs, unless it's like down to the last minute or so, in which case, and if they're not within like 4 or 5 points within the last minute or so, then there's really like no chance in my opinion. It's very slim.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad.
We're gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for the ads to finish here. RJ Davis had an off game, and then they played too much hero ball 1v5. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Clay. Completely agree. It's tough when one of your star players is off, but they also have a lot of depth, so it's like the other players should have been able to step up more and solidified the win. But I think that it's more credit to Alabama in that they were able to throw North Carolina off their game. They like just felt they seemed uncomfortable. Rackberg, you don't like March Madness? You don't like any sports ball, do you? Right? That's what it is. And you just get sick of hearing about it all. Win of the week, March Madness is almost over. All right, we'll get back to that. But that's a great win of the week. Happy for you, Caterade. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Give her a round of applause. Round of applause. Round of applause. Guess we know Clarkio's loss of the week. All right, ads are almost over. 5 more seconds. You don't even watch cycling. Yeah, mostly just not interested. I loosely follow hockey, but sports don't hold a lot of interest for me. Yeah, fair enough. I think like part of the reason sports hold a lot of interest for me is because I played sports growing up. I grew up in a family that was very much entertained and focused on it. And I find it just interesting. Like the reason why March Madness is like my Christmas is because like I just always have a passion for the underdog story. Like I always love a good I'm a sucker for a good underdog story. And when it comes to March Madness, I've yet to feel like there's a better championship tournament to produce so many opportunities for underdogs to have a Cinderella story, as they put it, and that's why I just like I love that aspect of sports, of like somebody being the expected not to win, but then they come back, or they even put up just a good fight. I love watching that, and I love that like potential. That makes me happy to see that. So, and that's what really draws me in a lot to it. I'm glad people enjoy it. I also get tired of hearing about it. Oh yeah, for sure. I can definitely understand that. If you're not into something and that's all you keep hearing about from people, then yeah. No, I definitely feel that. I'm trying to think, like, that's how I feel about React. Getting into the programming parallel there. I'm not a fan of React. I don't think it's as great as everybody makes it out to be. And I don't think it's like very revolutionary. Angular was revolutionary. Well, actually before Angular, there was more front-end SPA, single page application frameworks before Angular. Angular was like to me the first major company backed one, right? Google was the one that backed it, and then Facebook with React, and then Vue and Svelte just being open source, right? So, and to them, I view them as the underdogs. If we're talking, we're drawing more parallels here, and I feel like Svelte and Vue are better. Like people like them actually better, but React just took hold of the industry for once enterprises are like, this is the framework we're going to use, and that's it.
Today, a
Millenite, good to see you. Welcome in. Happy Friday. What's your win of the week if you got one to share? Clayx says, I cannot work for a company that doesn't have a workplace bracket challenge during March. Yeah. It's funny you say that. My company doesn't. But what started a lot of my passion for this was my previous, many moons ago, previous company I worked at, Disney. We still, actually, I haven't looked back at that bracket. We still, some of us, there's only 2 of us that don't work there anymore that are still doing the work bracket. The work bracket. I think there was only 2 of us that actually filled out a bracket in that one. So, but yeah, I feel that. It was so fun. I would do, like, when March Madness was happening while I was working at Disney, I would have the games scores up and stuff like that going on. And when the games would finish, I'd make like a loud noise in our cubicle area. I'll be like, da-na-na, da-na-na, to be like, there's an update. And then I'd wipe the whiteboard and update all of everybody's scores based on, you know, like what their bracket scores were and like who's in the lead and who's not. It was a lot of fun. I definitely feel that, Clay. Frackberg says, speaking of things no one but me cares about, I'm learning leather crafting.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, X90.
What was that? X. In-person brackets are the best. Yeah. Why isn't this chat updating down here? All right, I was trying to hold my place. All right, so Caterade has UConn winning it all. She is beating me right now, but her max points that she can potentially get is 1,300 and mine is 1,490. So I still feel confident that I'm going to beat her. I don't know that I'm going to win the bracket. I think it tells you in order for you to win the bracket, let me look at it actually. My brackets. Oh, and I named my bracket name Sucks to Suck, Kate. It's kind of an inside joke, but you get the gist of it. There's a way you can say forecast, yeah. My path to win. So I need Houston to reach the Elite Eight. So I basically need Houston to win today. I need Tennessee to win today. And then I need Illinois to not even reach the championship game. So I need them to lose in the Elite Eight or Final Four. And there's a chance that I can win the entire group. So I'm feeling confident. That's not unlikely to happen. So I'm feeling confident about that. All right, well that does it. Thank you, Kate, for sharing your win of the week. That you're beating me right now. BioCow's win of the week that I see next. Finally squashed a bug that made a client loan look past due when it was not redefining a variable in a loop. Ah, well done. That's a good catch. Congrats on that, and thank you for sharing, BioCow. Bugging me. Why isn't that alert working? Or why isn't the applause? Like, this is supposed to show up. Something about maybe StreamerBot is not hooked up anymore. Oh yeah, you know why? I changed the password. The WebSocket's password. Let's copy it over. Un momento, por favor. How do I do that again? There we go. Password. Change. Connected. Okay, now it should work. Yes, there we go. Okay. That was the problem. You're rooting for the Wolfpack to take it all home. I know that's a really great story to see them win. What are they in the ACC? They won the ACC title when they weren't expected to. They're on a huge streak right now, and I am rooting for them. I hope they go for. I didn't pick them. Like, that's the thing. This is even more of a testament to me being such like an underdog sucker, or sucker for an underdog story. Is I don't even if I don't pick them in my bracket, I root for them. I want to see the upsets. I love the upsets. All right, thanks again, BioCow, for sharing that win of the week. Caterade says, my real win of the week is going to the gym throughout the week, trying to get back into the fitness game. That's awesome to hear, sis. Maybe you can inspire me to do the same. Happy to hear that. And thank you for sharing, Caterade. Nice, Caterade. I need to do that. Facebook spying. Catching up on chat. May says, I use Facebook because we have Kinfolk's private group. It is great connecting with my relatives. I feel that. Like, I get that. I think that's a lot of reason why a lot of my family still uses it too. Like my wife is on it, for instance, and I'm like, you're your own person, but I'm just sharing more information on why you shouldn't be on Facebook. You make a decision based on that. But she tells me why. Like she gets to connect with people like from our high school and stuff like that. That she gets to see what's going on with their lives. And I'm like, it doesn't really. I mean, I get that can be interesting and it's entertaining just to see and whatnot. But like, you know, I don't know that it has a influence on your life or anything, you know. What other ones we got? Biocast says I was programming in BASIC in early 80s on an Apple II. Very nice, very nice. May says I learned BASIC, assembler, RPG with punch cards. Some of my colleagues at Disney were telling, like, I remember when I first joined there, they were telling me about that, and I was like, that's amazing. Like, they were working at Disney with punch cards, programming. Website is duty. Yes, Gatorade. The website. I'm surprised. Like ESPN. I think we talked about this. I think last time I joined the stream. Disney's kind of going downhill for me, from my perspective. Frackberg says Gatorade. I hope you own him in the bracket. Get out of here, Mr. No Sports Ball. Frackberg's win of the week. March Madness is almost over. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Congrats on that. Clay Hacks says my bracket on CBS was ranked 1,543rd before the Carolina loss. Oh, like against the entire pool of people on CBS? That's pretty amazing, man. Congrats on that. Well, before the Carolina loss. That's an accomplishment. You should be proud of yourself for that, at least. Even though it didn't keep going. Uh-oh. The screen's dying. You've never used punch cards, BioCow, but your uncle had a box full of them in the 80s? Nice. Have to read chat over here. That monitors my teleprompter old iPad monitor is going out. Where was I? Cannot work for a company that doesn't have a workplace bracket. What's up, Clarkio? Milonite. In-person brackets are the best. I'm rooting for the Wolfpack to take it all. Roy Lacey says that middle right lady looks like the clapping caught her by surprise. Biocast says I never use punch cards. Yep. A Milonite. Oh, my win of the week is that I dove a bit deeper into design patterns and learned the decorator pattern. Very cool. Congrats on that. Happy for you. Thank you for sharing. Roy Lacey, what are them punch cards? Basically, think of like, I think they kind of looked like, you remember taking tests where you fill out the bubbles? That type of thing? Kind of like that, but you punch holes into it to like tell it how to program and then you would feed that into a machine that would suck it in and then like notice where the holes were in it. And that would write the program basically for the computer. Biocast says, do you plan on merging chats? Seen other channels do that. So I never show the chat on my stream. I have not done that for pretty much as long as I've been streaming. I'm open to doing that. But anyway, the point I'm getting is I merge the chats in the sense of like I see both YouTube and Twitch chat, but you all don't. But anytime I see one where it's like from YouTube and majority of the people are watching on Twitch, then I'll say like, hey, this is YouTube. This is a YouTube message I'm responding to. Yeah, it sounds nice, Roy Lacey, except it sounds like really tough to do. Yeah, exactly. Just don't drop. JT says don't drop your card deck. Because if you drop your card deck and you get them out of order, then it messes up the program and you got to figure it out how to do it in order again. Iko says I meant YouTube in the Twitch another way. Oh, I have Restream. I have a Restream bot that could do that. But last time I enabled it, most people were like, this is kind of weird and annoying. Especially when we play games like Words on Stream. it gets kind of irritating with that. I guess I could temporarily disable it that way. Or at least as I quite seem to like it. I want to try. You want to try? All right. I don't know how you can do that nowadays. There's probably some way you could. All right, with that, I think we can conclude wins of the week. If you have, well, I mean, that doesn't mean, you know, if you're still trying to think of a win of the week to share, feel free to drop that in the chat. But in terms of me focusing on it and discussing it, we're gonna move gears now. We're gonna get into Wordle and connections, and then we'll get into the technical stuff for today. You put yours in, oh yeah, May, you put yours. I was gonna ask you if you were okay with me sharing them. Are you okay if I share your wins of the week from Discord? Speaking of Discord, if folks would like to join up there, do ! Discord in the chat. And you get the link. You go to clarkio.com/Discord for the invite to join the server. Yes, share away. Okay, cool, May. Thank you. You could share your wins in there throughout the week if you'd like.
Thanks for joining today, King Lisi.
And play Wordle with us in there and that type of thing. So we have a lot of fun. It's not like a super active server, and if you don't want to add to your ever-growing keychain of Discord servers, totally understand. But if you want to keep in touch when we're not live on stream, that's the best way to do it. And to find out when I go live or other folks in the community go live, it's a great way to do that. King Lisa says, I wonder, over on YouTube, why, I wonder when YouTube's dead or maybe not. I don't know. Shh. What do you mean, King Lisa? YouTube's not dead. YouTube's still there. This monitor, I need to reset it. Actually, how's the battery doing on this? It's at 94%. It's fine. Okay, now it's working and refreshing again. Let's see if I can bring this back over, chat. So that it can look like I'm looking into your soul when I'm responding to your messages. Okay. It is time for Wordle. Oh, well, actually, it's time for me to share May's wins. May shared a story about a warranty that they bought for a laptop in October 2022 and how it paid off. The backstory is... Did this just break?
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 90.
Okay, no, it just came loose. That scared the poo-poo out of me. I'm glad I caught it. My whole microphone fell off the mic stand. It was just loose, I guess. From me twisting it and turning it around all the time, I guess. But I caught it. Like, I had my hand right here, and it just like fell into my hand. I was like... All right, May's story. On Monday, the laptop had no display. Manufacturer's warranty is over, but May bought a 2-year extended warranty from Micro Center, which I'm so jealous you have a Micro Center. They're supposed to be opening up in my area. But like even in my area, it's still going to be like 3 or 4 hours away. So May took laptop in. They said motherboard is bad. Cost of the motherboard is more than the cost of the laptop. So May said no. They will give May a gift card for the price of the laptop that they paid, $850. Cost to transfer data to new laptop will be $80. Got the new laptop with the gift card for $850. They texted saying hard drive on the old laptop is failing / faulty, cannot transfer data, so they refunded the $80. It pays to buy the warranty. Thankfully, May has a routine to back up the laptop to an external drive, so since old laptop drive is faulty, I was able to restore my data from the external drive. That's awesome. Very, very glad to hear that. Glad to hear that the warranty worked out for you too. So congrats on that, May. And then May booked a trip to Ohio. So that's awesome to hear. Hope you have fun in Ohio. All right. And thank you for sharing, May. Appreciate that. especially in the Discord. I need to be better about that myself, honestly. All right, so if you're new here and have not understood how we go about playing Wordle on here, basically it's a competition between me and you. May says Pro Football Hall of Fame game and enshrinement ceremony is in Ohio. Oh, okay, I got you. Get good, Brian. Thanks, JT. Riley says, to be honest, I'm surprised that's optional for you. We don't get a choice for warranty. We just gotta have it. Oh, yeah. Thank you for petting Max and Bauer, JT. All right, so the way we do this whole Wordle thing, if you're not familiar with Wordle, I'll explain it as I'm playing it, but the idea is it's a new word every day, and I got to guess what the word is, and I get hints along the way. But the thing is, you get 6 tries to guess the word. Let me move over here. As you can see on the screen, 6 tries to guess the word. The competition I have with you all is if I guess it in 3 or less tries, I get a point. If it takes me more than that, you get a point. And if I fail it completely, you get 3 points. So far, that has not happened, thankfully. And the score as of last stream, which we updated, is it's 7-8. So you're beating me by 1, and this is my opportunity to tie it up. And last we updated this was March 15th stream. So, very crucial, very important one for me. We're going to start with farts. All right, we got some good info here. Good info. Is it a road? A ride? A rhine? Arrive has 2. Yeah, a rune? Armor. I like that guess. We get another vowel in there. We get the M in there. Kind of find out if there's a double R or not. I don't like that so much that there's a double R, but I'm feeling good about this guess. Can the word have double letters? Yes, May. Do I want to send this? Is there a better guess where I can get more vowels in there? Because it might not even start with A. It could be like, I don't know, sonar. Well, not that, but because S is not in it, but polar. You know what? I'm going to go with that. Oh, okay. Okay. It's crate. I'm kidding, by the way. I haven't played it. All right. Good to know. Okay. Well, we know it's definitely not armor because there's no O. There's no L. I mean, there's an L now. We got that out of it. My next guess would then be labor, but there's no R. I mean, there's no O. Layer? But the R doesn't go there. And the A doesn't go there. I can't do that. L. Leery. We definitely put the R in a new spot. We put the A in a new spot. The thing is, I don't know if that's the word. Leery. Leery. I'm weary if it's leery. What does leery mean? I forget. We need Rugmat's like definition bot in the chat. Actually, it might even be there. Maybe All right, I'm sending it. Ah. All right. Well, we know we got EA right. So it's REA. All right. So you're definitely getting a point, chat. You might get 3. Reedy?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Vian08.
John C.
What's up, Sean A? Happy Friday. Good to see you, buddy. What's your win of the week if you got one to share? What could this word be, though? Real? Reeled? Ricola. Real? Is it a double E? Like that? I don't know what this is though. Oh, realm. It's realm. Okay. Okay. All right, chat. You get a point. You get a point. There you go. Here you go. Hidden messages. We're gonna jump to that. We're gonna edit it. You're gonna get a point. You're up by 2 now as of March 29th. Save that. Jump to present. Share my latest results. Just missed that one. You got lucky, chat. You got lucky. I was pretty close. But congrats on the extra point. You took a two-point lead. 2-point lead. We still got to figure out, like, at the end of the year, if you all win, what's the, like, we were talking about donating to a charity of some sort. You all pick versus if I win, I don't know, I pick. We got to figure out what the stakes are at the end of it. BioCal says I was wrong. Yeah. Funny words ending in W seem to be words you enjoy saying, just noticed. Ending in W? What do you mean? Funny word. What words do ending in W do I like? I think if I do, there, here, Control T, T, Leary. Those Control D. It'll define it, right? Yeah. Leery. Wary. Suspicious. Alert. I'm leery of his financial advice. Yeah. Leery. United States psychologist who experimented with psychoactive drugs, including LSD, and became a well-known advocate for their use. Tim Leary. Gotta love it when your name's is based on that, huh? Or is associated with that. Suspicious. All right, time for connections. We're all gonna play this together now. It's not a competition. Refresh it, and then I like to shuffle it at least 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When they got one of the last 2 letters as W. Okay. Sean's win of the week. About to go for an hour or so long walk on my treadmill desk. Also spreading that managed democracy to those freedom-hating bugs and automations. Nice, Sean. Thank you for sharing, buddy, and congrats on that. Happy for you. They all end in Y. That's the connection of the whole game. Really? Happy, pretty, livery, mighty, very, sky, daisy. Yeah, they all end in Y. That's weird. Goofy. Oh, this is going to be a hard one, isn't it? Army, Navy. Militaries, right? No. Colony. Oh, this is weird. I only got the blue category today. Sky, navy,
Thanks for
baby,
today,
types of blue.
_.
Card house, good to see you. Ants? Navy, sky, baby blue, sky blue, navy blue. What's another blue? Shiny blue, very, very blue. Happy blue, really blue, pretty blue, mighty blue, livery blue, colony blue. I think very blue is probably it, right? Sending it. Oh, one away. Sky blue, navy blue, baby blue, mighty blue? Might blue? I mean, mighty blue? I don't know. Daisy blue? This is a hard one. Lady blue. All right. I'll try that, May. Nope. Still one away. All right, whenever this happens where I'm like stuck on one, I try to like not. All right, we'll do one more. Really blue? I'm going to skip it. We're going to move on to try a different connection. Because whenever I do that, I end up losing it completely.
Today,
Marcus, you think shiny blue? I mean, I could see that. All right, this will be the last one because then we only have one more mistake remaining. This might be the first time we lose it together on stream, chat. This goes to show you that the people behind this are jerks. That when a collective group of people can't figure out the connections. Biocast is baby, lady, happy, shiny, all related to people. If you count shiny, happy people. Rackberg says he already got the blues, so I'd go with his suggestion. Tiffany blue, navy and sky and baby blue. Is that what you're saying? I mean, Frackberg's trying not to give it away. You were thinking that as well, says Sean. All right, I'm gonna send it. I never heard of Tiffany blue. What is that? That's a blue box? I mean, I don't know what else Tiffany is. Yeah. Tiffany, like the jeweler, right? It's a US-based company. You're colorblind, says JT. I sold a Tiffany blue box on Etsy, just the box. Oh. Yeah, it's a store, yes. Okay. All right, well, we got that one. Is this like livery? Like something tastes like liver? These are all feelings. You're feeling happy. You're feeling pretty. You're feeling mighty. You're feeling goofy. Happy, pretty, mighty, goofy. Yep, I think so, Roy. Cardhouse is pretty, really, very mighty. Livery is like a taxi in my experience, says Sean. Cardhouse, why? Oh, yeah. What do you think though about since you made that suggestion that's slightly different than what we have here? Pretty, really, very mighty, all levels of stuff. Pretty, like Ed hungry. Oh, like really hungry. Really hungry. Very hungry. Pretty hungry. And mighty hungry? Yeah. I think you have a point there. If it's not that, then it's going to be feeling happy, feeling pretty, feeling mighty, feeling goofy. All right, I'm sending this. Oh, nice. Especially. Okay. Nice job, Cardhouse. All right, so now we're down to the purple and green categories. One's supposed to be easier, way easier than the other. Mighty hungry is a phrase I definitely heard. For me, I don't say mighty hungry. I say hangry. That's my way of describing it. One word. Hangry. Trying to think of like things that are more positive. Like the goofy is like a positive thing. Happy is positive. Shiny is positive. Daisy is positive. You know, like a positive thing. Pink daisy, pink lady. Oh. Pink lady, pink daisy. So ladies are no, I'm not saying ladies are negative, but I'm more of like a things that symbolize happy, you know? That's kind of what I was thinking. Not that, like, a lady could be happy, she could be unhappy. A man could be happy, a man could be unhappy, you know? Sean, giving me a hard time. We have Mighty Taco, whose slogan is Mighty Hungry. You're just riffing, Biocow? Yeah. I see what you're saying. Pink Lady, Pink Daisy. I've heard that before, but I don't know what else would go with it. British Lady Army Colony. British Lady, British Army, British Colony. Is there a British Daisy? And livery? Send it. No, it says one away though. Is there such thing as like a British Daisy? Or British, you know, maybe it's not British Lady. Would it be a British colony actually? Yeah, probably would. Should I send this maybe? A British Daisy? Is that a thing? Beats me. Lady and Goofy in same category? A lady could be Goofy. I'm a guy and I'm Goofy. I see no connection. I know. Same, Sean. We're just shooting in the dark here. All right, this is our last chance. That's why I want to confirm. We're working together as a team. Do you all agree with this one that I got, or should we try something else? Livery is a uniform worn by some men servants and chauffeurs. YOLO? All right, Sean says YOLO. Any other takers? Card house dump fire. What's the worst that could happen? Well, we lose. What's Daisy got to do with Army Colony, though? We're saying it's like maybe there's a British Daisy, British livery. We already guessed this, and it's like I said I was one away. So one of these is wrong, and one of these other ones is right. That's part of this category or connection. British happy? I don't associate that. Okay. Oh. I got lunch, so we're gonna play words on stream next. You're happy sometimes? Daisy does sound like the last choice. Alright, so I need your votes in chat. Should we get rid of Lady and should we replace Lady with Daisy or Livery with Daisy? Because I feel like it may not be British Lady. That's where I'm leaning towards. Oh man, it hurts. It hurts to swallow with a sore throat. I'll be right back. to get a napkin. What'd you all decide? Poll in chat. Lady? Lady with Daisy. Okay, there was one vote. Okay, here we go. Sending it. No, we failed. What was it? Body parts plus. Oh my gosh.
Start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 90.
That's just ridiculous. Body parts plus Y. Arm, colon, liver, shin. Disney characters. Daisy, Goofy, Happy, Lady. Lady and the Tramp. Happy from the Seven Dwarfs. Goofy from Goofy. Daisy. Daisy Duck. It's very, very lamey. Well played, Biocow. Well played. All right. That does it for that stuff. Let me get words on stream ready. I'm going to be eating. Plus, I need to give my voice a break, actually, chat. Let me get the mirror link for everybody. Drop that in the chat. Card House, when we completed passkey login flow integration for our demo client so we can use biometric data for authentication. Nice. That's awesome. I've been actually interested in doing something like that too. So that's cool to hear. Did you find it to be like, what was the experience like doing that? Was it overwhelming? Was it cumbersome? Sean, what is that reaction? Rage. Yeah. This game is very rage inducing game. You're the only one who voted, Sean. Fair enough. It is what it is. All right, so there's a mirror link in chat for words on stream. Card House, thank you for sharing, by the way, and congrats on that. Round of applause for you. You had a back-end system that handled the heavy lifting for the most part? Okay. So it was tying it into our existing SAML login flow. And for folks that don't know, SAML is secure application markup language, right? Roy Lee says, I dislike Daisy on that row, so I hid. Fair enough. Oh, I gotta share these results in the Discord too. Alright, so you all got the mirror link, right? Because we're gonna start playing. Ooga booga. Waffle. Thank you, honey. Wrong button. Dang, Roy Lacey coming in hot. Nice job, chat. Keep it up. Got it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more water.
Shoot up the house. Man, what's wrong?
Sorry, I was making some more tea too. Which reminds me, let me set a timer for it to steep. Alright, S is fake. S is fake. There's a hidden D. There's 3 Ds. Decided. D-E-C-I. Use those letters. Seed. Hided. Side. Seed. That's the word I was looking for. So seeded. There we go. Diced. We got diced. Dang it. Edis? Edice? Deed? Yay, okay. I think seed too. Seed, no. Died. Nice job, Card House. Diced. D-E-I-C-E then? Alright, then what's that last 6-letter word?
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 90.
I'm gonna let the ad run. Turn autopilot off for now. Pause for the ad. Pause for the ad break. In progress. I need to make like a sign like Pirate Software does so that you can see at the top. Ad is in progress. Or actually, the thing that Nutty made, where you can see the little ad symbol. It's really nice what he does there. Alright. Tea is finished steeping. Ad's got 30 more seconds left. Five, 4. You know what's funny is that in the text area, in the chat area, it's like ad break is done, but in the ad manager area, it was like 3 seconds. Now it says done. So how was my day? My day's been great, thanks to you all. But also thanks to family. Kids are doing well and healthy. I'm having a good Friday. Work's going great too. I got great feedback in a one-on-one today. Feeling confident in my work. I'm really excited. Actually, speaking of that, really quick, we're very close. By next month, basically, you all should be subscribing to the Sneak YouTube channel. If you're for 2 things. Well, for a potential number of reasons, you might want to subscribe to the Sneak YouTube channel. One being that you like me, you're here, you like watching stuff that I do and the content I create, so you're likely gonna want to see this potentially. So that's one reason why you would subscribe to the Sneak channel. A second reason is I'm sharing the videos I'm making or have made already that just haven't been published yet, that are going to be published starting next month, are very educational in the sense of application development stuff, but also security related too. So you'll learn about that kind of stuff. And then 3, I'm biased, but I think they're pretty dang entertaining. and they'll be fun to watch. But I'm open to seeing how they perform. I'm open to hearing your feedback. If you do watch them, I want to know, what do you think? That type of thing. So keep an eye out for that. If you want the link to it, if you go to youtube.com/sneaksec, SEC, dropping it in the chat right now. That's where you're going to see these videos that I've been working on for the past month or so, that I'm very proud of. Although the last one I did, I recorded it on Wednesday while I was sick, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, honestly. I feel like it was not my best performance. So,
joining today, Chris Jones.
What's up, Chris Jones? How you doing, buddy? What's your win of the week if you got one? Carl says, I was watching a YouTube video the other day and they mentioned Sneak as a solution. Was it John Hammond? We work with him a lot. I've been reviewing his videos before they go, along with our other person internally that is the main point of contact with him. He's such a nice dude. Also, did you see his video? This reminds me too. So I like to play Apex Legends for fun, and for ranked too, so I get a little competitive with it with my one buddy. And John Hammond and Pirate Software paired up, because Pirate Software has a background in game development for one, but also security. So it's a perfect pair. And then John Hammond joined him, and it's been wild. There's been a huge vulnerability or something that happened in Apex Legends that impacted top pro Apex players that were in a tournament. And it's a wild story. It's still being figured out what happened, but basically the short of it is, if you didn't hear about this stuff, well, one, go check out John Hammond's channel. He's got, I think, 2 videos on it now, one that just came out today, which was super interesting, which was trying to figure out who the hacker is, and it's all speculation. He prefaces that or mentions that several times as a disclosure, but it's pretty interesting what he and a few folks that he got in contact with that are professional open source intelligence type of people that work in that realm to determine who these hackers are and that type of thing. So check out John Hammond's YouTube, and then Pirate Software's YouTube, where his are longer, but I actually I typically don't watch YouTube videos that are over, if they're between 5 to 10 minutes or less, I'll watch them. If they're around 12, I'll watch them. As they start getting up to 15 to 20, that's when I start thinking, do I really want to spend 15, 20 minutes watching this video, because sometimes I'm just on a quick break, between meetings or something like that, and I'm oh, let me watch a video and learn about this topic or whatever it may be. Anyway, the Pirate Software ones are hours long. It's a chunk out of his longer live stream, basically, where he has all these discussions with people. I think Primogen's in there too, because he likes to play Apex Legends. So super interesting stuff. If you're into that type of thing, I highly recommend checking out Pirate Software's video, and I almost said Card House because I was reading your chat, and John Hammond's video on it. Super interesting thing that's still being figured out. But essentially what happened, how it all started, was there was a big tournament going on for millions of dollars with professional Apex players, and 2 or 3, I think there might be a third one, but there's definitely 2 where there's clips of it, where one of them had wall hacks on. Basically they could see where everybody else in the game is when they shouldn't be able to see that. They can watch and monitor them. Every movement that they made, they could see it, even if it was behind walls, that type of thing. And then another person had aim hacks on, meaning it was just snapping to their cursor to wherever the enemy was so that they can get perfect shots every time, that type of thing. So and that happened live in the middle of it. And these are people that are not they're known for being really good and not cheating. So to see that happen, they immediately stopped playing and they exited the game. That's the protocol if that happens. So apparently it was a remote way for, they're still figuring it out, whether it was a remote way for this attacker to take control of the 2 prominent streamers' machines somehow. Maybe they got some malware onto their machines or something like that in some inadvertent way, or if it's a vulnerability in Apex itself, or is it a vulnerability in the anti-cheat software that Apex uses, along with a lot of other games use. There's a whole, it's really interesting story. If you're into gaming and you're into like app development and security, it's really interesting to learn about. Carl says, I can't remember who it was within a full rabbit hole. I have been following the Pirate Software thing. I've watched him for years. Watching Pirate Software for any length of time, you will learn. Yeah, absolutely. The Pirate Software is like a fantastic, like on a number of factors, Pirate Software is worth a watch because just like his knowledge that he's had and experience that he divulges, he's just a very, very kind individual and stand-up person. And it's pretty entertaining. It builds cool stuff, you know? So I tune in every now and then, especially with the way he's blown up and like the fact that I'm so glad to see the success he's had because again, it's yet another validation of streaming in this category. It's like he's creating more exposure for everyone else that streams in this category, you know? So it's awesome to see, and I'm very happy for him and happy for all of us that stream in this category as a result of it. That stream was the reason I started playing Greyhack. Oh yeah? That's cool. So he inspired you to do that, huh? So yeah, definitely check that out. How did I get on that? I don't even remember now. How did I get on that tangent? Oh, just I guess John Hammond, that's what I was talking about, I think. That made me think of it. And then I watched his video today on his update for that. He worked with some people in open source intelligence community to try and figure out who this hacker is. And they have like a good idea, I think. And he shared the information with the folks at Apex and Respawn that are behind that game. And, you know, we'll see what comes of it. But it's still like a wait and see type of situation that's going on right now. But still, very interesting topic. That's something to follow along. All right, let's finish words on stream. I'm sorry, I'm rambling and going on a tangent. You're geary. Very layer. Craven. Cavern. Gaven. Ooh, gravy. Nice. What about grave then? Alright, so E is fake. E is fake. Ragey? The E is fake, Brian. Why'd you just... Green. I is hidden. I is hidden. We got an I. Okay. In grain? No. Grainy? That should be a word. Yeah. Okay. E is fake, I is hidden. E is fake, I is hidden. Grainy. What letter am I missing out of that? V. Veiny? Raven? Rainy? Rainy? Oh, that was a hard one, chat. That was a hard one. Womp, 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 womp. Come on and wake up, everybody. All right, let's get back to business then. Thank you everybody for playing Words on Stream while I was on that little lunch break. May, Card House, BioCow, Roy Lisi, Sean A. Sean 08. Hope you had fun. Big shout out to May and Card House leading the top two right there with 206, 145. Well played, well played. Welcome back, Roy Lisi. Welcome back. All right, we're gonna get into the nitty gritty fun of building this out more. So first of all, there's two things I had to remember that we're going to work on. It was making it snappier and then secure. Snappy and secure. So we got to get it so that it can work over WSS instead of this WS protocol. So let's start this back up. And then I've been using code spaces like all month long, and I'm actually starting to hit my limit in terms of the free tier that they give me. Snap and secure. Snap and secure. Snap, 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 secure. And I need to, well, before I even do that, I need to basically create a branch for my current changes that I was doing with, I was trying to implement Tailwind. And I'm not sure. Anyone in here familiar with Tailwind, like it, use it? What's been your experience? Because I feel unsure about it right now. You making things secure? No, I don't make things secure. I just expose passwords, like my OBS WebSocket password onto there, you know? I'm not sure how I feel about Tailwind. I thought it would come with like components out of the box, but I think you have to pay. Which I'm not against paying, but like I'm just confused. I thought like you could just get components already, like a calendar component or buttons, for instance, right? Like where like a simple button, I shouldn't have to pay for a button, right? I get like paying for forms, sure, that's complex, complicated. A feedback field, navigation, sure, I get that. But like simple components like a button or I don't know, a selector, a styled selector, right? Plus also it's not like a cheap thing too. So like I'm hesitant to commit to paying for it, not sure of how much I will use it. I feel like I want to taste first. I want to taste it, you know? So what do you, those of you, is anybody here that have used Tailwind before? Ha boy, fake localhost SSL, how dare you think we will be fooled? No, Tailwind's whole point used to be that it's a utility, not component-wise library / framework. Trying not to make people hate me. Okay. So I shouldn't expect it to have like a button, a styled button for me. I should be the one styling it, essentially, is what you're saying. Anyway, well, let me create a branch for this. Git checkout -b Tailwind stuff, right? And then we're gonna say git checkout main, git pull. Oh no, let's go back. Git checkout Tailwind stuff, git status, git add all, git commit -m work in progress, git checkout main. Okay. All right, clear that. All right, so now we got to fix two things. We want to make it snappier, which we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that first because that should be a quick fix. There's a, where am I doing that though? I got to remember. Or at least this is, well, it looks like they added components, so I guess it could be used that way, so never mind me. With the old times on Tailwind, I suppose. I mean, maybe not. Honestly, this is I've heard of Tailwind. I've seen people use Tailwind before. Like, I hear people rave about Tailwind. And so I've had an interest in it as somebody. So basically, to me, the gist I've gotten out of it is Tailwind simplifies CSS for developers that, again, this is just my point of view of what has drawn me to have an interest in it, is from my understanding, and I might be wrong in my understanding, the idea with Tailwind, or one of the benefits with Tailwind, is if you're a developer that doesn't really excel in the UI design space and like how to, and CSS in general, you can use Tailwind. Kind of simplifies that and comes with stuff baked into it that you can more rapidly leverage as a developer with that type of background. That's been my kind of understanding. And then when I started diving into it, albeit like it was 30 minutes to an hour, I maybe started tinkering around with it a little bit.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 90.
They give you lots of classes, so you have to learn those. Yes, I figured that much. But I thought, like, what I was trying to do is I was like, all right, I have this button. How do I style this button so it doesn't look like Battleship Gray? You know, that type of thing. npm run dev -- host. Get that open again. All right, so I can show you what I mean once it's running. Come back over here. Refresh the page. So you see, like, it's a standard Battleship Gray type of button, you know? Or if I want to put some spacing so that these aren't like hugging each other so tightly, or like limit this to be the max width of whatever the text is inside of it, that type of thing. So anywho, that's kind of where my head was at with it. It was like, oh, I can use it to quickly get this to look better. Or for instance, like, I don't want these to necessarily be stacked vertically. I would like to see the videos horizontally and maybe get these stacked a little bit more concisely, right? That type of thing. So Chris Jones says Tailwind has two flavors. One is utility classes, which you do your own styling. The other is components, I believe, and that's paid for. At least that's my interpretation. Okay. All right, then I think I got the I think then you're confirming my understanding. All right, so let's right off the bat fix the snappiness. Now I think that's gonna happen in here. Yes. Get system cameras, populate camera options. Actually, no, it's gonna happen in the face look detection.typescript. So start tracking. Oh, where were we? Start tracking. Thought I had put detection loop, actually. Yeah, we got this. Is face looking count greater than 2? So determine if face is looking. This should be fast enough in itself. So it's going to be a combination of that threshold and like whether face looking count is greater than 0. Maybe we just do it as long as it's greater than 0. Will that make it snappier? Well, let's first test this out as is with just the greater than 2. So the idea is basically what I want. The reason I added this
says Tailwind is a framework built by Taco Bell. It's installed using Bean burritos. The compile time is usually 30 to 45 minutes and voila, Tailwind.
That's got to be the best explanation of Tailwind I've heard in my life. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate it. Good to hear. Good to see in the chat. Aren't you streaming right now too? Are you supposed to be? Are you in focus mode again and you're distracting yourself by watching the stream? What are you doing? How's it going, Triple B, though? I'm glad to see you streaming like pretty much every day, man. Seems like things are going good. I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Bald Bearded Builder.
You're eating lunch by the pool? I thought you were live. Are you not live anymore? I was gonna like raid into you. Oh, you are live. Break time. Okay. Nice. Well, enjoy your lunch. Thanks for spending your lunch here, buddy boy. What are you having for lunch? Taco Bell? I am live. Break time. Yep. While I wait to hear what Triple B's having for lunch, I added this face looking count thing because essentially what I was preemptively over engineering was, I should move that button closer, was the sense of like when I'm moving my face between cameras, I want it to be where I'm like actually stopped on that camera. Because like a lot of times I'll go from this camera on my left to the main camera to the one to the right. And so when there's one in the middle will catch me looking at it for a split second when I'm switching between maybe, right? But I might not intend to go to that one. I might go from this one all the way to the one on the right. So the idea behind this was to kind of make a little bit of a delay to make sure I was actually focusing on that camera. JT, face looking count? How many faces do you have? No. That does sound more accurate to what this is named, right? How many faces are looking at this camera? Burger, I'm actually lurking here from the PC as well. Nice, okay. The many faces of Clarkio. I have no faces. What is it? What is it from? What's that quote from? What's her name in Game of Thrones? Girl has no name, has no face, has no name. I have no name. I do not exist. A boy with no face, yeah. Come on, where are my Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones. Thrones! Game of Thrones fans. You know what I'm talking about. So I wonder if I just change this to maybe 1, it'll be a little bit snappier. We gotta like fine tune that. But the thing is, not everybody's gonna run into that problem that might use this service. Which, how many people are actually gonna use this? Not many people are gonna use this type of thing. I don't know, maybe there's a market for it. A market in the sense of just people using it, not selling this. I don't know. The only other person I know that's a fellow programming streamer with this many cameras is Michael Jolly. And he already told me, anytime I come up with an idea, by the way, chat, I come up with like this cool, like I had a VS Code extension idea that I shared with him. And I was like, I share it with him to like see if it's a valid idea or not. And so far, I've not had a validated idea by him. Because I had mentioned to him about this project. And I was like, is this something that you would use maybe? He's like, no. Very honest. I'll take it. One day I'll get a yes out of him though. One day. One day I'll come up with something good enough that he will say yes. But I don't know. Do any of you know of other people that use multiple cameras? Whether they're game streamers, programming streamers, what have you? All right, let's get this running. Play camera. Play camera. Play camera. Then we're gonna do remove that camera. I mean, to be honest, I like it lots. If I was streaming, I'd make a setup for it. Okay, I appreciate that, Roy. All right, we'll start tracking. What the heck's going on? What are these measurements on that camera? Yaw is... It's like getting the back of my head so perfectly. This is where it's like, gotta get the gaze too. I'm sure the Chinese government would be interested in it. Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, maybe I could sell it to the Chinese government. The face score is... Where does it see a face in here? That's terrible. Terrible. All right, 0.5, 0.5, 1, and 9. Yeah, we need this to be... I need to save this. So live should be like, let's say 0.8. And this one should be 0.8 as well. And we'll set the pitch, say 5 and 5. Yeah, let's leave it like that. See, like you can see the delay. There's like at least a second to maybe 2 second delay, right? All right, ready? I didn't even look at this one yet. Clarkio needs glasses. Look at the size of the text on that front monitor. What? What? What do you mean? The size of this text? I think it's just inflating it. That text is not that big. I'm at zoom. What am I at? I'm at 200 zoom. Look how tiny that text is now. That's way too tiny. The monitor right in front of you, it's like ½ inch high. It seems that way. It's just perspective. It's because it's a fisheye perspective, so it makes everything, you know, like, what's that? Distorted. Don't vision shame, says the 50-year-old. You'll get there too. I do have my glasses right here too. I just have not worn them. I should be wearing them, but I just don't wear them. Because I still have like 20/20 vision. It's just very slight. Not hating, just observing. It's like one eye is just slightly not optimal anymore, and they gave me this very slight prescription, and I'm like, I don't see a huge, no pun intended, I don't see a huge difference, so I'm like, I don't need it. Glasses do a lot of good in the case. Yes, May. You're not looking hard enough at the camera. What's the delay looking like? That time it was pretty quick when I went there. I wonder if I changed this. Let's change this to 1. I've worn glasses since 10, but I've been blind for about 3 years. Close-up vision has gone to shite. Ouch. Sorry to hear that, BioCow. All right, let's see if what I'm worried about is even a problem. All right, so what I'm going to do is these need to change. Like, this is not good. That it's saying that. Look, like, how is that even possible? I'm not even looking at it. It's got to be 1, 1. Oh, see? Like, I crossed that. I went over here. All right, what about 0.9? 0.9. Oops. 0.5. You see? It flickered too much. It picks it up on this camera when I'm really trying to look at this one over here to my right, the far right one. So being that I'm crossing that camera, it's like, but I still want it to be snappy. I think I need to add gaze in here. Like, why did it see? Like, I'm definitely not like looking at this camera right here, the one that's showing on stream right now. What is that orange thing? Let me. Dang it. Let's make this 0.8. 0.8. All right. This is an Angular cape, and then that is a orange sweatshirt. If that's what you're wondering. This is a cape for Angular that I got, I think, at NGConf one year.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Danish Jar.
Hey, Danish. Yes, I'm feeling much better today. Still a bit of a sore throat. Angular Man. I got called Angular Man, actually. There's videos of me being called Angular Man by John Papa and Ward Bell. Anyway, that's what that orange thing is. Can you add a delay to only the center camera? So sides are snappy, but center might be a little slower? Yeah, I like that idea, BioCow. Cape Crusader. Yes. So that's what I think. I think we should... There's two things we need to do to tweak this to be a little bit better. Is what BioCow suggested. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to open up... which one is the GitHub repo? GitHub.com/clarkio. Hey, look at that face. Stream tools. I'm gonna start tracking these as issues. Look, no pun intended, into using gaze measurements as a detection metric as well. Sometimes one of the cameras will think the back or side of my head counts as looking when it shouldn't. Incorporating another detection mechanism might help in mitigating that. Okay, and then we're at a new issue, and
Ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch.
Camera configuration option that to delay scene change when needed. Sometimes cameras will be positioned between other cameras, and you may not, and without a detection delay, you'll change scenes inadvertently. That's not how you spell it, is it? E? Inadvertently when you're intending to look at a different camera. So when your face passes a camera that's between where you were looking and where the camera is that you intend to look at, this tool will switch to the wrong scene first and then the correct scene. Right, so right now there's a general global delay, which is I guess that's a configuration. We should say it. We should just add a threshold. Camera face looking count greater than camera looking count threshold. You know what I mean? It should be simple enough actually to implement right now. There's a global delay using camera face looking count, but the threshold is hard coded. This should be configurable for each camera. Now, how do I describe that configuration? Is that more of like, I'm trying to think of the technical term. Is that like a per frame? I think it is per frame because the detection loop runs. Find all references to this. The detection loop runs on request animation frame. So every frame the detection loop's running. So the idea is basically if I'm looking at a camera for more than or equal to 2 frames worth, so that should be like what, a microsecond or whatever, like frames per second. No, it's like depending on how this is performing, this should be performing at around 30 frames per second, which means it's like 2 frames within 30. And if a full second is 30, it's like, well, whatever 2 out of 30 is percentage wise is that percentage of, what is that? 2 divided by 30, it's 0.066. Yeah. So what's that times 1 second? It's just 0.06 of a second. Oops, missed the 0. Yeah. I think when moving from left cam to right, the center is too quick to take focus before right cam can. Yeah. Yeah. Danish, how are you doing, by the way? You got a win of the week to share with us? Let us know. So that's what's happening here. So I'm basically saying like how many frames. So I'm trying to think, what should I call the threshold for the end user? Face looking count frames. Maybe we should call this face looking frames count. Or face detection frames count. That would be a better name for it. And then we'll say face detection frames count threshold. Well, how fast do you want it to be? Like half a second would be 15 frames. Yeah. I mean, as it is, we're it's basically nothing right now, right? So if I change this to 15, we come back in here, rename face looking count to face detection frames count. And add a face detection frames threshold configuration to the cameras. That's what I need to do. All right, we'll submit that as an issue. All right, and then we'll come back over here. Well, I think it refreshed already. Play the camera, play the camera, play the camera, start tracking, start tracking, start tracking. So now I look here. Is it not tracking? Wait, why are they all 0.8 now? None of them are working. Oh, there we go. See how slow it is? can't even get the other ones to work. Also, feel free if I need to turn verbose mode down. Won't hurt my feelings. No, you're good. You're good. I'm not feeling anything like that, BioCow, with you. Well, how fast do you want it to be? I read that already. Roy Lisa says, me? Nah. I don't remember what that was in reference to. So I think we need this to be something else. It needs to be like lower. It needs to be pretty low. Oh, I gotta share my screen. So we got face looking count. We're gonna rename this to face detection frame count. That's how many frames we've been seeing it true. Being flagged as true face is looking. How many frames have we seen the face in this camera? So that worked. And then we need to add a camera. I feel like we added more, right? Where's the camera configurations happening? Where am I getting these thresholds from? Get camera thresholds. This should be coming from... Oh, I need to add an issue for that too. Read camera configuration from local storage instead of from the browser elements. I think when it first loads, it reads it from there. But I don't have it where if I change it, it reads it from there. Because you can see, like right here, it's always reading it from the HTML elements, but the reality is, well, that simplifies it actually. Why does it simplify it? I could just get it from local storage, which I would have access to somewhere else, don't I? I should be already importing that. I'm importing OBS. I can import the camera config utility that I have, right? Right there. All right, so in here we're gonna add face detection frames threshold. And that's a number. We're gonna set that by default it's gonna be equal to 0. Can I do that? No. Can't say equal to 0 because this is an interface, so it's like no. Interface probably cannot have an initializer yet. Oh man, one of the symptoms of me being sick is the sore throat, but then I just get like random, like, just like a head pain, almost like a headache. Like not like a. I don't usually get headaches. So I don't know what a headache really feels like. It's just like this head soreness, like right in the front of my head, and it like comes and goes randomly. But I just had that come up. Where am I setting a camera config? This isn't the only place that's using that. Definitely not the only place. Yeah, right here. Creating camera config right there. Let me set this to be I camera config. Face detection threshold. Say 0. I don't get headaches either, but I once got a migraine. I had no idea what was happening. Yeah. All right, so now we have that set up. Anywhere else is breaking that. I need to add that element now too. Tracking button, live label, face score input, pitch, and yaw. We're gonna do the same thing. Duplicate this basically. But now instead of yaw, we're gonna say detection. Face detection threshold. Say face frames. Yeah, say face frames. Frames delay is like the label. Frames delay label. Frames delay label. We're gonna append that. Face frames delay threshold. Let's make sure we keep that consistent. Delay. Rename this. Face frames delay threshold. Input. What did we call it before? Not yaw, but what's that third? So there's 1, 2, 3, fourth parameter. Placeholder. Oh yeah. Frames delay. Alright, so now we should see that showing up. Oh. It's already been added. Oh boy. Something's not right. Not working right. Cannot read properties of undefined toString. Yes, because it's not in here. That's a bummer. Can I edit that? Add property path to watch. Storage global. How do I edit it? Comma. Do I still have it saved? Yes. Colon and then 0. Then we're going to edit again. I'm manually adding it to the existing configuration. This shouldn't happen to like any other end users. It's just me since I'm developing it. Comma, colon, name, value 0. Comma, name, colon, 0. Okay. Now it's in there, so refresh. Okay, now it's working. There's still an error. What's that? Oh, it's okay. All right, now we have the frames delay as well. Now I need to read that in this. What's the problem with that? Face detection frame count is missing.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Cage Note Inside. There's an ad running for 90.
What's up, Cajun? I am working on, I'll show you in just a second here, essentially what the title says, which is I have a thing where at the beginning of my stream I want to automatically, and thank you for being here for your first time message. I have a thing where I manually would switch scenes based on which camera. I have 3 cameras set up for my setup. And I do this intro dance where I want to cut between each camera. And normally I use a Stream Deck to manually do that with my hand. But I want to automatically do that by having the camera detect when I'm looking at it. So that's essentially it. I have a working solution that's I'm trying to fine tune a little bit more. One of the things I'm currently working on that's a challenge with it right now is this camera is in the middle of 2 other cameras, one on either side of me. And so what I'm trying to figure out is what's the best delay to put in to my algorithm, if you will, that so that it doesn't detect I'm looking at it until I'm actually looking at it for longer than a few frames, basically. Because otherwise, if I'm going from this camera and I want to go all the way to the one on the far right, my face is naturally going to pass in front of this camera here, but I'm not intending for that to be the one to switch scenes to. I want this one to be the one to switch scenes to, you know? Am I writing it in Python? No. It's all web development based, so it's all JavaScript, HTML, CSS. But the library I'm using is called human.ai. Do I have that open somewhere in here? Human AI. Not Humana. On GitHub, I'll search GitHub for it. Where is it? Oh, it's in my package JSON. Oh no, it's not actually, because I just reference it directly here. Forget how I'm adding it. Where am I adding it? Not there. Oh, right here. From Vlad Manic, human Vlad Manic. Search for that on GitHub. This is it right here. Drop it in the chat for you. It's okay, you don't have to find it. Well, I figured, just in case you want to check it out. It's really cool. It does more than just what I'm trying to do with it. But it's a really well put together library that uses AI like locally with WebGL. And I mean, I don't fully understand all of it. I'm still tinkering and learning my way through some of this AI stuff, but it's all self-contained. That's the big thing that I wanted. I want it to be not relying on sending stuff externally anywhere else. It all just happens directly on the machine itself. So, and they have a bunch of demos you could do with it. Yeah, no problem, Cajun. And this is written in JavaScript as well, which is interesting because yeah, normally like you probably figured, AI stuff is very often written with Python, right? So, but it does face detection, rotation tracking, face description recognition, body pose tracking, 3D. See this thing, AI powered 3D face detection. I might not be using it correctly because there should be a way it could just say true or false. Like, does this library tell me when I'm looking at the camera versus not? But that's the thing, it detects a face detect right here. Well, it's expecting to do a face detection in an image, but in this demo that they have. Right, so you you upload an image and then it's like, okay, here's all the faces in that image. That's the kind of thing that's doing. How long have you been into the coding scene? That's funny you asked that because somebody asked how long I've been developing earlier in the stream. It's just a weird coincidence. I've been programming professionally for 14 years now. No, you're not cutting me from working. Hey, you're taking time out of your day to watch my stream and you got questions. I'm happy. That's what I'm here for. That's a big reason why I like streaming is the interaction. So I don't take it, it's not a big deal. I welcome the distraction because I make progress off stream a lot of times too. So you love my vibe. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here. Yeah, of course. That's what I try to do. Welcome in. I mean, I've been streaming. I have a lot of experience streaming too. So, I've had a lot of good practice to get to this point where I'm very patient and have created such a vibe. So, thank you for recognizing that. I'm happy to have you here. If you do like it and you want to see more of that stuff, drop a follow if you'd like. If not, that's cool too. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Cajun. So yeah, I wonder if I might be using this incorrectly. But anyway, the way for folks that are interested, I kind of basically this library spits out a bunch of detection results essentially, and in it, like I'm printing the detection if I want to print them out to the console. And in it, there's like face rotation, the gaze, which I think I need to start leveraging because one of the cameras is like thinking I'm looking at it when I'm not. And so I just gather those and I say, all right, what's my threshold for each one that I want it to be at? Because each camera is going to be slightly different based on the angle of the camera, based on the lighting for that camera, you know, that type of thing. Like some of them, like this one's set up so that the lighting is the way it's supposed to be in like a 3-point lighting kind of system. Whereas the other ones aren't set up. They're in different positions from that. And so the lighting's not going to shine on my face in the same way that I would expect it to create the right look for me, like this one is set up to. So there's something like that going on. So that's why I made it configurable so that each one can have its own different thresholds for what I want the pitch to be, what I want the yaw to be, and then I can test that. And the way I test that is by running it and just seeing what comes up. So if I play this camera, I play this camera, I play this camera. And then we start tracking. When I actually start looking at it, you see those numbers changing on the screen. And so then I can decide, are those numbers good enough? Like what should be the threshold that I put in these input boxes above it to say, hey, you've detected a face, you should switch to an OBS scene for that camera then. And right now, based on those results, it doesn't seem to be, even though it should, because this is definitely above 0.8. This is above 0.8 at times. It should be switching scenes, but it's not. You know why it's not? It's not below. There's 0.5 for the pitch result, but the yaw is over. Oh, there it goes. It changed scenes. If I come back over here though, now that when I pause it, it will stop detecting basically for me. When I pause it, it pins those values too for me as well. It worked. Yeah, it did work. So this one's within. It's weird that it's like blurry right here. See, it's like blurry. It's weird. But face score is 1. Live result is 0.98. And yaw. It's within the threshold of 0.5. You know, it's been a while since somebody's done that, so thank you for doing that, Cajun. However, you chose black, and it went red. So, don't know why that happened. Biocow says, no, I'm not a regular, but I love this channel because clarkio is so positive. I appreciate that, Biocow. And yeah, no worries about not being a regular. You got to do it. Listen, there's lots of people that I like a lot. And I love their streams, but I don't always tune in for them because I just, you know, you got things going on. Work, what have you. Or like, you don't want to potentially get distracted. You want to stay focused so you don't turn a stream on. Oh, you chose red? Yeah, it was red for some reason, even though you chose black. I don't know why that happened. Because, oh, you got to do the hex color code. You can't do the name of colors. That's one limitation of that we have. So I get it, Biocow. Like, I'll give you an example. Bald Bearded Builder, I love the dude very dearly. Got a good friendship with him. And I would, you know, if I had the time and I had the ability, I would tune into his streams all the time and be there chatting for the entirety of his streams. But I can't. It's not possible. So that's an example. There you go. Yeah. I guess black just always goes to red. That should be black. Yeah. I don't know why it's still red. That's weird. It's a bug. Good catch, Cajun. Now that I'm not going to let myself get distracted by, though. I want to right now. It's like bugging me that I want to go fix that. But it is what it is right now. If you do any other color, it should work. Now I'm curious. Test doing another color, Cajun. All right, so these thresholds should be good enough. You know, that's okay though. Don't get distracted. Yeah, thank you for understanding, Cajun. These should be good enough. Like, it's waiting to detect my eyes. Man, all of it's red. It's always red. We go back here. Look, it was red. It's just always red. Something's busted. That's gonna piss me off now. Maybe because I updated OBS? It used to do other colors, so I don't know why. I'll have to put a pin in it. It's gonna be too much of a distraction to go down, too much of a rabbit hole, really. But I'm glad you caught that, Cajun. Thank you for testing that out. It shouldn't just be red all the time. You should be able to change my overlay color too. Would you mind testing that out? If you have the points. Overlay color, like the stuff below me. Yeah, right there. Wait, which one did you just... Biocow just got green. How'd you get green to work? Oh, you only have 20 points? I wish there was a way... Is there a way for streamers to, like, award points to people? Magic. Oh, we got the glow. The glow worked, Roy Lisi. I guess I can test it, right? I don't even remember. What's this matrix movement do? Oh. Forgot about that. Oh. I forget about all the things I add to the stream. Oh, and then it detects my face. Go back, go back. I gotta pause this. All right, now the overlay color should change, should slowly transition to that color. Well, that's not working anymore either. Yeah, neither one of those worked, it seems. Overlay didn't change color at all. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta fix it after stream. All right, well, it's good to know that it's busted all of a sudden. Probably because this is what happens when you update stuff. So I use StreamerBot and OBS. In combination of those two, that's how I pull off those effects. And either an update to StreamerBot and or an update to OBS has caused that. I know I did update OBS recently, so maybe there's something that changed there to cause it. But I digress. It is what it is. You should get back to work. Thanks. Hey, at least the glow is working. I like that. It looks cool. All right. I'm just curious as to why, like, I'm not looking at it now, which is good that it's not switching that scene. But now when I'm looking at, like, it knows the values are changing. I think because the live result is so low. There we go. All right, let's turn the tracking on for these other cameras too. All right, what is... So this is how I test it out, right? So I go... Basically, I have it set up so that if I click on the video or if I click on stop tracking, it'll pause it and show me what the current results are when I'm looking at it, and then see if my thresholds are good. So if the result is reading, like the reading of the face is live, like the liveliness of the face, that's reading at 0.34. So I should set the liveness score of like 0.3. Face score should be like that. That's within 5, and that's within 5. Plus positive or negative. So that's fine. Like that's close to 0, which is fine. So essentially the pitch and the yaw just has to be 0.5 or less. And that's what's happening there. So it was just the live result that was causing that. So if I click on here and now if I look at it, why isn't it changing scenes? Oh, was it face score that was like that? Live results 0.6, so it's greater than that. Face score is 1, so it's greater than 0.8. Pitch result is 0.01. And yaw result is that. Is there like some type of error happening? Console. No. Everything looks fine. It's not changing scenes like ever. It's like I added this frames delay and now it's not working consistently. It's so weird that like you can see, let me switch back here so you can see. These values are changing when they shouldn't be, but it's so basically it's detecting a face, the human AI library.
In 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 90.
It shouldn't even be detecting a face right now. And it's over those thresholds. Oh, that's the other thing I didn't add. There's a result. threshold. There's the result. We need to add a result for it as well. And we're going to say this is frames delay. Face frames delay. Face frames delay label. Face frames delay threshold. Face frames delay. No, it's not result, right? There's no result to show. What am I doing? I don't need to do that because it's not being measured. That's just something I'm personally adding in here, which is basically saying for X amount of frames that basically what the oh, that's why it's hard coded. Fudgesicles. We're gonna say camera dot no, not dot ID dot not dot ID face. Oh, there's no threshold yet. Face detection frame threshold. I need to add that. Give me a number. Number. And basically when we click on start tracking, toggle tracking for the camera, where you're gonna pass in. Are we passing in the no, we're just start tracking video camera and camera ID. Get connected cameras, get that camera. What's the camera config though? That's where I think I need to read it from. I think in the initialize camera or start camera, is that when it happens? No, it's gonna be initialize camera, creates a new initialize camera settings. We're gonna say let face detection frame count equals 0. Let face detection frame threshold we're gonna say let's make it equal to 0 as well right now by default. This is the thing, like I have the camera ID. I'm not pulling. I should pull those from configuration, from the local storage configuration. So I want to get camera config by camera ID. Const camera config equals get camera config by camera ID, pass in the camera ID. Right, and then this needs to be camera config or 0. Face detection frames threshold. What was shiny? Did you do a glow on me? Oh, the overlay color stuff, I'm going to reimburse you all on that. Oh, that was from earlier. Sorry, I'm reading an old message there. We're gonna remove this and use that. And that. All right, so now I should be able to say, yep. Face detection frame count, face detection frames threshold. So if
Cage Noten Sai says, I don't know if this is working, but I got to go. I wanted to say to you, I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Cajun. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate the positive chat that you've been having with us here. And thank you again for the follow. Understand you got to go. Hope you have a good rest of your Friday and weekend, and maybe I'll see you in the next stream. Later. Have a great weekend. Real-time jokes plus delayed equals not funny. I think the kiddos are home. Or one of them. Yeah, see ya. I appreciate that, Cajun. Alright, I think this should work now. It should work more consistently at least. Play camera, play camera, play camera. Start tracking, start tracking, start tracking. Uh-oh. We have a bug. Cannot set properties of null. What's that on? Yaw result. What did I mess up? Did I lose that? Is that breaking everything on me? Yeah, something's wrong there.
It's like a push and pull. The way you move me, acting like a stranger. Oh, can't you see how it frustrates me? How it's messy.
How is it not finding the yaw result one? Let's look at the element. Is there a particular one? Or is it all three of them? It was three, so it's probably all three of them. Oh, where'd the other camera go? That's why it's missing one of my cameras. Camera has already been added. Where is it? Let's refresh it. We got camera 1, 2, 3. Clear that. Play this camera. Start tracking it. Alright, then it has the problem when I looked at it. There's no yaw result camera on it. We got yaw. Oh, did I accidentally delete it? Camera config. Oh, I did remove it. Alright, we put it back. That was my bad. My bad. display camera. All right, there we go. All right, we got live is definitely above 0.45, or face is 0.45. Maybe, you know, I should print out the face detection frames count. Like how many frames it was detecting. Face is looking. You know what I mean? That's what I think I need to do. What did the niche say? Win of the week. Just a few minutes ago, I built a quick MVP iOS app that removes EXIF data, shows the native share sheet. So when you post images on social media, they can't get all that info. That is awesome. You know, it's funny you bring that up, Danish. I'm just going through this with some family members where they normally, because I've talked with them about it before, to turn off location services on their what was it? Let me switch to talk mode for this. So I talked with them about turning off access to location data in the camera app on there, because all of them have iPhones. Okay. However, I saw in like a recent thing where we had family over and stuff like that, and they took pictures. Some of them took pictures, some of their pictures, not all of them, but some of their pictures included the location data. And I was like, hey, how the heck did this happen? I'm going to see them on Easter again, so I'll be able to check on their phones. But I'm suspecting another app, like maybe they took the picture with Snapchat or Instagram or something like that, that has access to their location, and automatically when you take pictures through that, includes the location data. So I got to figure that out, but it's been like a struggle to try and sort through that and get family on board with it a bit. Yeah, privacy settings. Give me just a second. I'm checking something. The lighting's a little harsh on my face. Excuse me. All right, coming back. Yeah, so anyway, congrats on that, Danish. Thank you for sharing. And sounds like a very useful feature to have. All right, so where I left off is I want to total frames looking, let's say. Total frames looking. Frames looking. Yes. Face looking. What do we call it? Face detection frames count, right? I wanted to get into apps, bought a book that was CheckWatch 15 years ago. Fair enough. Hey, these things happen to all of us as developers, you know? There's like in my mind, an ever-growing list of technologies and tools and stuff like that I want to look at that I just haven't. Like other AI stuff or machine learning stuff or IoT things that I never did. Like, well, one thing, speaking of that, one thing that I went so far as I was planning on, because my office can get really hot with the lights and the PC running and streaming, and especially if I have the door shut. So what I wanted to do was, I have a little microchip thing that has a bunch of sensor type things on it. It has like an infrared sensor, it has a thermometer on it essentially. And so what I was going to do is use that to detect when the temperature in the room reached a certain threshold, and then when that happened, turn on like my ceiling fan, for instance. And I went so far, and for the longest time I was talking about doing that, And I was like, but I haven't gotten like a switch on the wall that I could connect to, like wirelessly somehow, and programmatically control. And then I went and got one that's like a Zigbee based one because I have a hub that can talk Zigbee, and I still haven't installed that switch for one. The other thing I should have thought of that I have more readily access to is my house air conditioning thermometer, so I can kick up the AC if it starts getting hotter a certain temperature in here. I don't know why I haven't thought about doing that. That thought just came to me. Anyway, the point I'm getting at, BioCow, is you're not alone. I think it's just a common developer thing where you just have all these ideas of things that you want to either test out and try or build out yourself that just kind of linger on and you never get to. Or maybe you get to just 15 years later. All right, I'm going to take a quick bio break and see if the kiddos are here so I can say hi to them if they haven't already ran to a friend's house. And then when I come back, we'll spend a few more minutes of displaying the frame count on here as like another label, and then we'll probably call it a day for today, and go from there. All right. You think it's poop time? That's when you gotta do the fart. Do the fart command. Oh, I missed it. My biggest claim to fame is I put copy paste on iPhone before Apple with the JavaScript lit. That's awesome, BioCow. Congrats on that. All right. I will be right back, chat.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 180.
All right, I'm back. Sorry if I startled anybody right there. Biocast Clarkio, thanks for the stream. Have to run. See you later. Okay. No problema. Glad to have you here, BioCow, when you can make it. If you ever watch this back, maybe, potentially. Yeah, appreciate you. Lamp Web Dev, good to see ya. Sorry I missed your stretch. If you're still there, we could do the stretch. If not, I'm gonna reimburse you. Let me know if you're still there. Well, May's doing it now. Oh, BioCow. Yeah, all right. See you, BioCow. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. We're going to be wrapping up soon anyway, so you're not going to miss much, really. So I'll give LampWeb Dev back the points. And May will do the stretch. I was thinking off stream, as a heads up to May and other folks that like to keep their stream streaks going, I will likely, so who was it? May and Roy Lisi. May and Roy Lisi, you two have the 7 stream streaks right now. 7 streams in a row you've attended. As a heads up, next week, work schedule wise, I'm pretty wide open Monday and Tuesday. So I'm probably going to be doing a lot of video script writing, figuring out ideas for videos, and maybe even recording videos on Monday and Tuesday, which means actually my whole week is pretty light on meetings now I'm looking at it. But that means I will be more motivated to do the co-working stream type style thing again on Monday and Tuesday. So keep an eye out in the Discord if you're not already in there, folks. I know Roy and May, you probably are. But for anybody else that's interested in that type of thing, clarkio.com/Discord for the link. They'll bring you over there. The best place to keep in touch with me and the rest of the community when we're not live, to see if any changes in schedule and stuff like that. What time do you usually do those on? A very good question. It depends on how the day starts, but like at the very latest, let's say around 1 p.m. Eastern. But likely I'll start in the morning. So I'm just giving you a heads up so that it doesn't potentially, again, I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to stream, but I want to do more co-working streams. I've been wanting to, and I've just been between vacations and work schedule and stuff like that. It's just been like, it would be too overwhelming to try and stream and do these other things at the same time. So when I have lighter days or like no meeting days, which is what's happening on Monday and Tuesday next week, then I feel more motivated and more likely to do a co-working stream. So I'm just giving you a heads up just in case, so that it doesn't ruin your streak, because I know you got a 7 stream streak going, which is awesome, and I appreciate that, and I don't want to break it on you. What time is it right now? It is 4:05 p.m. If you ever need to do, actually, do I have a time in, I thought I had a time converter. 1 p.m. in Central Time. No, I thought I had a time converter in this launcher thing that I got, Flow Launcher.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Lamp Web Dev.
Hey, Lamp Web Dev, good to see you. Thank you for redeeming Stretch earlier. I reimbursed you because I wasn't sure if you were still here, because since I stepped away. And then May requested Stretch, so I'm going to count that one. Noon Central. Yes. So yeah, 1 p.m. on Monday and or Tuesday next week is when I will, at the very latest, if I'm going to do a co-working stream, that will be the latest I start it. Okay? But I might start earlier. I think you get the streak so long as you show up at some point during that stream. So if anything, it's going to be like a long day type of stream for the full work day type of thing from whenever I start it. Oh, now my kid's home. We were trying to wait and see if she got off the bus yet. Or am I hearing things? I think it's the song. The song has that background. Long time no see. Yeah, how you been, Lamp? How are things going? What are you up to these days? Your Central Time Zone? Okay, May. Yeah, so you're an hour behind me. I'm East Coast. I'm U.S. East Coast time zone for anybody for conversion references, stuff like that. But in any case, I will, you'll get the announcement if you sign up, if you join up, not sign up. You probably already signed up for Discord. But if you join up on the Discord server and you turn on notifications for my Clarkio announcements channel, then you'll know when I go live. It's very fast, actually. It's impressively fast how quick it announces that. Good. Move to Sweden in the meantime, and we'll start a new workplace in May. Daughter is 2.5 years old. Oh, congrats on that, man. How's parenthood treating you? You enjoying it? While I'm waiting to hear from you, we're going to do the stretch that May requested. Head on over to the gym. Yeah. All right, you can do this stretch along with me, folks, wherever you are in the world. You can do it sitting down, standing up, upside down, cross-eyed, backwards. You're going to put your arms out parallel to the floor. You're going to do thumbs up, so clasp your forefingers into the palm of your hand with your thumb up. You're going to pull your arms back behind your back a little bit. You'll feel a little tension in the chest area. And then what you're going to do is you're going to rotate that thumb, instead of thumbs down, up, it's going to be thumbs down. Ready? In 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels good. And rotate it back up. And then back down. Oh. All right. Shake it out. Shake it out. We'll do the carpal tunnel one. Hands back to back. You're going to push towards each other and bend at the wrist. And hold that for a few seconds. Lamp says yes and no for parenthood. It's fun, but sometimes hard. But still worth every minute. I feel that. 100%. I got 2 kids. 2 daughters that I love dearly, that make me laugh and happy and bring me so much joy. But there's also a lot of frustrations and challenging times with it. So I get it. All right, shake that out. Okay, now I think she's home. Speaking of. What else? Do a little stretch. Clasp your hands, push them out. Away from you. Above your head. Behind the back. Oh, feels good. All right, I'll be right back one more time, okay? This should be brief. I'm just going to go say hi to her.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 180.
right now, before we go anyplace else, I want you to go with me to a special place that I know. It's a museum, but it isn't an ordinary museum. It's a very abstract museum in which they show sound paintings.
All right, I'm back. All right, let's well, May, I'm gonna confirm that is done. The stretch. Glad you like the song, Lampweb Dev. Thank you for checking out the commands. Nice stretching. I'm also doing Pilates 2 times a week, and it helps a lot. I bet. I need to be a little bit more physically active. Although I was just sick, so it like kind of dampened things for me, or like slowed me down a bit. All right, so I just wanted to print out, before I was going to close out stream, I wanted to print out the face detection frame count. So like how many frames that it thinks my face is looking at this camera. And that way we can tell what the frames delay should be. So let's camera frame detection, face detection frame count is what we want to read off of, the same way that I'm like updating. Close that. Where is it? It's in here. Actually, no, it's in the print. Print, which I think is happening in here. How do I keep doing that? This here. Print detection results. Gonna do this. Say document get element by ID. We're gonna say face detection frame count, camera ID, face detection frame count. It's gonna be camera. Yes. However, camera's not in here. Final references. This. We have camera in here, so we can say. Well, we could just pass in camera completely now, because that will have the camera ID. Camera. Camera. Camera dot camera ID. And then we have that. Alright, now the only thing I need to do is then add this element when we add the camera to the page. So if we go back into index on this, we try and find the add camera div. Got play button. I want it after, what was that last piece? Oh, now it's not going to work. Probably broken because I haven't added that element yet. Live label. We want the result one. Where's the result? Yes. We got the yaw result. We're going to call this one face detection frame count label. Face detection frame count. What do we name it back there? Face detection frame count. ID prefix. I don't need the extra hyphen like that. Get rid of that. Inner text. Yes. And then when we change it, say inner text is going to equal that now. Okay, I think that should be good enough. There's still a problem though. What's the problem? There we go. Just need to refresh. All right, now we're seeing that. Let's play camera. We start. So it got up to like 50, right? 31. Nice. Now we can say frames delay. Or we should just call it frame detection count. I don't know. What makes more sense in naming this? Thinking out loud. Face detection frame count. Just call it face detection threshold, I guess. I'll just say face detection. Face frame count. Face frame count. I mean, we know what it means. It's basically saying like, what should this number be greater than in order to say that it is looking? Which is weird that it's saying, well, it's false because I looked away, I guess. Why is it saying false? This is higher. This is greater than 0. This is within a 0.5 range. This is within a 0.5 range. This is greater than 45, and this is greater than 40.45. Did I mess with the logic or something? Determine if face is looking. Right. Live threshold is greater than or equal to live. Face score is greater than or equal to that. And then is in threshold range is saying math.absolute. So that if it's negative or positive, is it less than whatever it is? So if it's negative 0.01, is that still less than 0.5? Yes. So it counts. It would return true. If I say 0.01 less than 0.5, it's true. And the live threshold is greater than. Return to dust! Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 20 months resub. It is good to see ya. Oh, what's up, Cajun? Welcome back again. Return to dust. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Well, great to see you.
And thanks for joining today, Return to Dust.
How the heck are you? How you been? What's happening in your world? Glad to see I'm still streaming. Thanks, Cajun. Glad to see you're able to make it back. I think I'm going to put in else console.log face. Or can we just do a spread face? That way I can see the results of Y. Wife is pregnant, second baby coming. Let's go. Dude, that's awesome. Congrats. Congratulations. Been lifing so busy. Been no lifing work the past 3 weeks. Nice. Oh, my shit froze now. I gotta reset this monitor. Doing a replatform on a large website changed the entire architecture. Holy moly. It froze again. Alright, well, I'm just not going to look at that screen anymore. But that's awesome to hear Return to Dust. Congrats on all that. Glad to hear things are going well. And glad you can pop in when you can. You know that. Appreciate you being here. Well, quick update in terms of like what you've missed, or what, like, just to catch you up on what I've been doing lately. This year I've been trying to do more of like be more organized and focused, and I had originally set out with like roughly saying that, like, hey, this month I'm going to work on this month I'm going to work on that. So like January it was like all planning for the year. Then February was supposed to be all stream production stuff, but that has carried over into March. And then March I've been between work and family stuff, been on vacation and stuff like that, so it's just continuing to carry over. And I started this project that I'm just keeping going with, basically, which is Return to Dust. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with how the beginning of my streams where I'll do that intro dance and I cut between different cameras. Well, instead of me manually doing it, this project is using AI that shares like face detection results and stuff like that. So it'll detect when I'm looking at a camera, and then based on my configuration for each camera, it'll switch to the scene for that camera. So I kind of had it working, but I just made some changes today that is making it not work so well right now for some reason. So that's what I've been working on. And it's been fun because it makes me be able to dance hands-free with the cameras changing when I look at each one, instead of me having to manually do it. And I have it hosting on my website, so clarkio.com/streamtools. And you can see the extension that you've seen us build before. I don't know why that's not working. That brings me back to my actual site. Oh, that's why. And then this brings you to the actual, which is not looking right for some reason. I gotta mess with the CSS of it, but you get the idea. So the whole end result I'm hoping of this. Sorry, I'm hearing the kids just going nuts in the house. The neighborhood kids are here too. I'm trying to get it to where I'm gonna have it as like an online service on off my website that other people can use if they wish, if they want. But for me to use and have just one location I go, I don't need to have it running locally. It's just deployed. You know what I mean? And all the stuff just stays in local storage to the browser. I'm not doing like, that's why I'm using this library too, that like does all the processing, but using your machine when you load up the website and doesn't go externally anywhere else. So. Got it. I've never worked with extending OBS. Yeah, that's essentially it. Very cool. You like the automation without touching. Yeah. Trying to get the snap back. That too. Yeah. So the two things that I planned on working on, well, I planned on just working on UI stuff today to like style it a bit better. But when I tried using it at the beginning of today's stream to do the intro dance, things weren't working as nicely as I'd like it to. So that led me to working on like fixing little problem areas, which was making it snappier, switching between cameras, which is what we've been working on. And then I need to figure out, because my website is hosted on HTTPS, the browser blocks you from making non-HTTPS connections. So like a WebSocket with not a secure WebSocket, just a plain WebSocket connection, it blocks that. So I need to change it so that it does WSS. But in order for me to do that, I can probably just deploy it with a URL. Maybe I can make the URL configurable. That might be the quick and easy one, because it just defaults to WS instead of WSS. And the only thing that I let you configure is either the address, socket, or password right now. But maybe I can have it so that you set in, if I make this to where that's the full address and not just the protocol, I mean not just the host, but it includes the protocol, that'd be a quick fix right now. I might do that. That might be the quickest fix, instead of trying to dynamically support because I was thinking in my head, if I want to be able to support that and test that locally, I need to get like a proxy with a a local, like using something like Caddy or ngrok, I think. Those are those two things that you can like spin up a fake HTTPS server locally and then connect to your OBS server. CORS blockage, kind of. I think it's kind of like that. Yeah, you do some research to see what workarounds you can do for it. Yeah. Yep. So those were the two things I was going to try and tackle today, but the way things have progressed, this snappiness thing has been taking more time than expected, which is always the case with development, right? Actually, sometimes things take a little less than you expect, so I'll give it that, but more often than not, they take longer. So I'm just trying to get it working again as expected, and also tweak. Basically, I added to the scope of it in the sense of one thing that I have that's maybe not a problem that I'm over engineering a little bit, but basically I have a camera to my left, a main camera, and then a camera to the right. And so sometimes I might be going from this camera on the left and going to the one all the way on the far right. And I don't want it to accidentally switch the scene for the camera in the middle when I'm in that motion. So I want it to like know that I'm locked in on this camera for enough time, whatever that threshold is, before it actually changes that scene. But at the same time, I want it to be super snappy so that it switches almost immediately when I look at one. You know what I mean? So it's a fine-tuning kind of iterating over type of thing. I see a lot of dancing in the future for your testing. Yeah, there's that. Well, that's more productive than me. I've had zero time for personal projects. Feel guilty enough being on the computer so much. Yeah. No, I totally get that, man. And well, you're on your second kid, but you know how it is. Like you have the urge where you want to, like, you think about it. For folks that aren't parents yet and maybe thinking or wanting to be parents in the future, if there's one thing I can give you a fair warning on, that's going to be, it's probably going to sound obvious, but I think it's more drastic than you think, in the sense of like, who you have a sense of who you are and the things you like to do and like your identity as a person before having a kid. And then you have that first kid, and that, like, legitimately, it turns your life upside down in good ways, and sometimes in not so good ways, in the sense of like, there are things that you wish you can continue to do, but you cannot do because you are a parent now. You have other responsibilities. And so, like, to give you an example, like, I want to spend more time like working on side projects, or I want to spend more time streaming, right? But I've come to grips with the situation of what my life is and where my priorities are. And my priority, it's like, basically I've had to let go of what I thought my priorities were and come to terms with what I really want my priorities to be, and that is my family, my kids, that type of thing, right? And so I still battle with that thought process of like, oh, I want to do these other things, I want to take time to do those other things, but I don't. More often than in the past, I'm able to be like, let go of it, is kind of what I'm getting. And I've personally been learning. So just a heads up on that. Then there's all the other types of advice that you get, like, sleep and stuff like that. Like Lamp mentions there. Spitting facts return to dust. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you feel that. That was the one, that has been the hardest thing to come to terms with for me after becoming a parent, is like, and then as you have more kids, that becomes even more of a thing, because when you have one kid, you're like, wow, I didn't realize how much time I had on my hands before having kids. Then you have another kid and you're like, wow, I didn't realize how much time I had when I had just one kid. And I think it just keeps multiplying in that regard. I'm not having any more than two unless something happens by accident. But yeah. So, just a heads up for folks out there that haven't had kids or thinking of having kids. Hopefully that helps. One is enough for you. Fair enough. I totally get that. One of our neighbors, whose kids hangs out with our kids, the same situation. And I'm like, I get that. Totally. The joys of parenthood return to us. Me too. It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. It's just a matter of like you gotta let go of some of those things, and I still haven't fully let go of things. I'll tell you that much. I still like I need my time. I need at least an hour or something to myself a day or every other day. I need to be able to play some video games, you know, like that type of thing, to just still feel like me a little bit. But at the same time, there are days where like I feel like there's a lot going on in the house or whatever between the kids, my wife, and just the family, the dogs too. So we got two, like somebody, my wife's coworker put it this way. We have two geriatric dogs, older dogs, but it was so funny to hear that term describe them. So we're dealing with two geriatric dogs that are on the tail end of their lives, that were like all kinds of stress and just challenges with them at that being at that age, and two young kids. You know what I mean? Like, just got a lot on our plate. But we manage. My wife and I feel like are a good team, and are there and support each other through a lot of it. And like when one, and oftentimes it works out that when one of us just doesn't have enough energy to do stuff or something in the moment, the other one does, or is like in just like a better mindset. You know what I mean? And I'm just so grateful that that tends to work out. I mean, there definitely are times where we're both like, I'm tapped out, and then we just figure it out. Hey, oh, you. Will feel good on my throat. I got smoothie time. So yeah, there are definitely times where we're both like tapped out and like, nah, we can't do this right now. And it's like, well, all right, let's figure out what we can do and let's talk through how to solve this problem. Or it turns into a big thing. You never know. But that's part of it. Return to us says, my daughter is 7, so this is a big age gap. I'm going for my time after they go to bed. That's something that I've done as well, but it's like that's not without I'm blanking on the right expression or terms, but basically it comes to bite you in the ass too, because like then I end up like in that situation, return to dust, is I end up staying up too late trying to buy back time for myself. So I stay up too late. I still got to get up early with the family, and so then I'm just a zombie, and it just perpetuates, you know? It's a vicious cycle. Yeah, you have to do it in moderation. Yeah. It's not consistent though, because you lose sleep. Spot on. That's where I was going with the return to dust. Sleep is the most important thing to me. Yeah. It is. It's the most important thing, but when I'm awake, I lose sight of that, and I've always been like this, even before kids. Like, I always would procrastinate and stay up late because I'm like, oh, I can get some more time in to do this or do that, or make progress on this, or just veg out and like watch more of a show or something, right? Like, I just finished this episode. It's not that late. I can watch one more, you know, that type of thing. And that always bites me in the ass. Developer's mindset. Yeah. You still need to go to bed at 10 at least. Dude, I can tell you before I got sick, I wouldn't have been able to tell you the last time I went to bed before 10. But when I was sick earlier, I mean, I'm still kind of I'm recovering. I'm still sick technically. I have a sore throat. When I was like deep in it though, I was feeling my worst. I fell asleep, I think 2 nights in a row, like around 9 o'clock or something like that, which is very abnormal for me. So. And it wasn't good sleep either. So I'm going to sleep at that time, and then I'm tossing and turning with the fever and hot and uncomfortable. I'm glad that we can, like, I don't know if commiserate is the right word, return to dust, but I'm glad we're on the same page. And you rarely get sick. Yeah. Lamp says, luckily our daughter usually sleeps around 8 p.m. So after that I have some me time for me if I don't need to clean up the flat. Yeah, we're so lucky usually that when we all get sick, we don't get sick at the same time, but like first me or first my, yeah, it's usually pretty staggered for us too, which is nice. I definitely like, I'm pretty sure I got what my oldest kid got, but just like a milder version, adult version of it, because it's mostly in kids. It's called Fifth's disease. So basically she had like a sore throat. She ended up vomiting. I haven't vomited. She had like head pains, like headaches, which I've definitely been feeling that. Like even today it was happening. During the stream I felt it at one point. and a fever, which I don't know if I've had because every time my wife would try to take my temperature, like it was just at the wrong time and like we would do the one where it's just on the temple of your head here, and they're not always very accurate, and it was like 99.2 or something like that, and we're like, that's probably inaccurate. So, and it was usually when I was feeling hot, it was overnight while I was like sleeping and tossing and turning, and I'm not getting up to take my temperature in the middle of that. Return to Dust rarely gets sick. March was rough. Okay. Dev dad talks. Exactly. Between the three of us right now. You're on the tail end of your antibiotics. Return to Dust. Your daughter gets it, then you, and then your wife will get it a week later. Fifth disease, I believe it's called. Either fifth or fifths, like plural. Fifth. It's like a common thing in young kids, or like I think sometimes it's called, or a related thing is called hand, foot, and mouth disease. It's kind of related to that, I think. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, right? The night sickness hits different. Oh man, I'm telling you. Because even when I was in the thick of it, I would feel kind of cruddy during the day, but I would feel like really bad at night and in the morning. So I'd wake up just like, oh, I don't want to do anything. And then I'd finally get out of bed and like be able to move around, take care of some stuff around the house, or hop on work stuff, and I'd be doing okay. But then when it came to nighttime, I'd just zonk out. Fifth disease, so you've heard of it before, Return to Dust? You don't remember so much fluid-related sicknesses? Yeah. Yeah. So the one thing that my daughter had that I'm not getting, that's why I'm saying, like, I think it's an adult version, is like for kids, it's mostly in kids, younger kids, but I think up to 15 or something like that. They can get like a rash somewhere. So like she had a rash on her chest and stomach, and I didn't get any of that. Yeah, she was miserable. Like it knocked her out like for a whole week. And she had a fever throughout the whole week, like a low, like mid-grade fever for the whole week type of thing. And she was just like a zombie, and she's not that type. Like she's very social butterfly type of kid, like very outgoing and wanting to be doing stuff constantly, and she did not. Like, so it was very odd. She didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to sit and watch shows and just be left alone. And I was like, it's such a sad thing as a parent to see, because you're like, this is my kid not being themselves, and I just want to take it from them. And I guess I did, in a sense. But like the thing is, like, she had that like a week and a half ago to 2 weeks ago. So it's really weird, this thing, because apparently you're contagious while you don't show symptoms, and then once you have the symptoms, you're no longer contagious. I don't know, it's a weird thing. Gives me so much anxiety as a parent. Yeah. Lamp says, in December we had a sickness here in all Stockholm where the kids would throw up and poop, and you could time it, but the parents would do it 2 days later. Jeez. That's no fun. I mean, it's funny, you know, like thinking about it now in hindsight, but no, not in the moment of it, I bet. Oh man, good talks. No, it's not fun in the moment when you don't know how to turn on the toilet. All right. Let's start wrap. I mean, we could keep chatting about this stuff, but I want to start wrapping up this stuff while we're chatting. You know, I think we're good with what changes we made so far. We got this all loading now. Oh, I just wanted to test it out, I guess. Oh, you know what? I think what's happening is it doesn't have the connection, does it? Oh, all right. The successfully retrieved latest scenes from OBS. That means it is working. So it is connecting to OBS fine. Are we still tracking or no? Warm up done. Play the camera. Start tracking. Uncaught. Okay, that's what we need to fix. Oh, okay. I can't spread the face. No spreading of the face. I think it's just we do it as an object, it should be fine. If it was an array, then it would be like... I think that's what I got wrong there. So what are these values? Face score is 1. Live is 0.88. That's greater than the thresholds that we have. And then we need to get pitch. I think it's under mesh. Where do we get those values from? Face rotation. Okay. Rotation. Angle. Pitch. Within 0.5. Yaw. Oh, yaw is just over 0.5. That's why. On that one. So maybe we change this to 0.6. And then, did I get the frame count? I should probably log that too. Camera. Dot. Oh, it's just camera ID. I just gotta leave it as is then on that. Alright, play. So it should be like, it should say face is looking. I'm looking at the camera. What are these values? We got that's over the threshold of 0. That's within 0.6. That's within 0.5. That's over. So why would it say false? I don't understand what my calculation... What did I change that's making it not work anymore? You know? Enough poo-poo talk. Oh, one thing I could do. I changed from VS Code to NeoVin, and I'm loving it. I commend you on that, Lamp. Maybe one day I'll do that. I'm envious of people that keep their hands on the keyboard at a maximum level like that. I'm just not there. I'm efficient with VS Code already, and like it's to make that switch is going to be too much of a delay of me. I mean, as it is, I don't feel as efficient, you know? Maybe because it's thinking this is a string. Actually, let's also log this. Like, maybe this is not coming back as the right thing. Where were we? I lost it. Right here. You can start with Vim motions in VS Code. You're not missing much as return to dust, but it takes time. I cannot not edit anymore if the editor does not have Vim motions. Okay. I use lazy Vim because I'm super lazy. Is that like a easier version of Vim? Lazy Vim? Lamp says, I started with lazy, but then I switched to my own config since it was easier for me to learn. Okay. Return to says, are you using facial recognition? Yeah, definitely better to do your own to get the hang of it. I am. I'm using a library called... this is the library. It's called Human by Vlad Mandik. Dropping it in the chat right now. And I might be using it improperly, but it's basically able to do face detection. But I need to determine when the face, like, it's great that it detects my face, but like it could like at this angle, imagine like I'm not looking at the camera right now, and it might detect my face, right? But I need to know when the face is detected and focused on the camera, like looking directly at the camera. And so I'm using some of the measurements that it offers, like the face rotation, the angle, the gaze. I need to start using the gaze probably, but I grab it, but I don't use it right now. And some of the other capabilities, like the face has a live, basically like how alive does the face look, you know, like does it look like a live person, I think is what it is. And then like they're scoring, like how much of I think it's how much of a probability that it is a face, that it's like what's the confidence level that it's a face it's detecting and not like a picture of a face, right? Lazy is a package manager, and a pre-configured NeoVim is Lazy Vim, which has like the most important stuff set up. Oh, okay. Got you. So hopefully that helps answer your question. Return to Dust, by the way. This human AI library. It's fairly popular too. It's got what? 2,000 stars. Someone in the chat, like when I first started working on this, pointed me to it because I was using a different library. I think it was called WebGaze.js. But that one I was moving away from because it was doing, I think it was that one. I think I had found one that wasn't doing this, but that one was basically sending the images off to another server and then reading the results of that. And I don't want to do that. I want it to all run locally on my machine, and that's it. So this is using models that are loaded up in... Actually, am I loading those up? I guess I'm just using the pre-configured models that come with it, actually. Or was it? It's at the top of this. Yes, I'm using the, well, from the, yeah, I'm using the models that are delivered from the CDN for this package right now. Although I should just npm install it now at this point. So I originally started out where I was just using a standalone, you know, HTML file locally, and I didn't want to go through the whole setting up a node server or something like that. But now, once I got it working, I started converting it over to use Astro. Sorry. My throat just got a tickle in it since it's sore and everything. I need to start ending stream, actually. Probably gonna kill my voice here. It's been too long. I started using Astro, which is what my website uses, clarkio.com, and I just created a repo off of that to create a sub page, essentially. And now I can start npm installing stuff. Anyway, so this is like a remnant of me, the way I was originally using it. For small stuff like this, I started to use Bun. Yeah, I love Bun, Lamp. I mean, this is Astro though, so like there's no server component to it, other than like Astro will run and compile the pages and everything like that and render the dist folder that gets deployed. You know, you've not used Astro yet? I love Astro. It's really, really sweet to work with. You've been working with Sanity lately? Yeah. I've not experienced Sanity, so I can't tell you how it compares or not. Basically, what I've used, I mean, if you think about it, for me, I love Astro because prior to Astro, I was using like Jekyll for static, you know, for like an engine, for static site hosting an engine in a HTML engine. So, or HTML templating engine. So, like, Astro is pretty cool. A huge improvement compared to that, you know? Whereas I don't know how it compares to some of the other more modern ones that people might use, like Sanity. Or what's another one? 11T?
For joining today, Nex.
What's up, Nex? Thank you for tuning in over on YouTube. Lamp says I want to try HTMX. I've seen some of that. It looks interesting. I don't know that I'm completely sold on it. But it's cool. I like new technologies that challenge things. All right. So let's see how this prints out now. Because maybe it's just a matter of like comparing a string to a number, and so that's why it's never going to get this to be true. I might be messing that up, you know? Which is certainly possible. Undefined. Well, that'll do it. So in my camera configuration, face detection frames threshold. Why isn't that coming up? Why is it coming as undefined? Well, let's see. How are we setting it? Camera find. Well, how are we initializing it? Should be getting camera config. So when we let's do console.log camera config. Nothing like console log debugging, right, folks? Am I right or am I right? We need to somehow make it stand out from the rest of the logs. There it is. Face detection frames threshold is right there. There's no reason for it not to be defined. And then I put that in there and I return that. So let's find uses of this. Find all references to that. Argument of type camera or undefined is not assignable to parameter of type camera. Excuse me? Is missing. Face detection frames threshold is missing in type. Face detection frames. That's why it's plural. Plural. Not singular. Plural. Maybe that's why it was coming back. Undefined? Frames threshold. Okay. Let's clear this. Start. Oh, there it is. It was just a typo. A plural versus not plural. It switched scenes like immediately. Did you see that? Ready? All right. I'm not looking at this camera. Watch when I look at it. Boom. All right. I got it working again. We're going to call it there. Console log, one of the sweet nectars in life. Yeah. Yeah, we moved to Next.js ecosystem, so I've been adjusting to it. Yeah. All right, now that I got that working again, let's get rid of those logs. Don't need that anymore. And these ones. Should be good with that. Get rid of this log too. And I think we're fine with all that. This just added that, and that was it. And the camera config, okay, fine, fair enough. And then an index, we just added some labels for the threshold. So the idea with all this is before, basically, so the objectives for today was to make it secure, which we got to work on that still. Secure meaning using the secure WebSocket protocol instead of just WebSocket protocol. And then the other objective was to make it snappier, which means it would switch scenes faster. It would detect my face and switch that scene faster without as much delay. And I think, and the way that was happening was I had this hard-coded delay of how many frames we would wait before we would say fully that the face is being looked at in that camera. Okay? And the reason for that is, let me show ya. Come back in here. Right here. So I'm like, okay, this is saying, hey, the face is looking. But I wanted to, because the potential problem, and I might be over-engineering here, is when I go looking from this camera on my left, but I want to go to the one that's all the way on my right. So let's say it's camera 1, 2, 3. If I ever go from 3 to 1 or 1 to 3, my face is naturally going to go across camera number 2, right? We don't want it to switch to that scene necessarily unless I'm fully focused on that for at least like a couple of frames, you know? We got to figure out what that threshold is. But now we made it configurable instead of hard-coded, and that's what it is here. This used to be hard-coded, not even a variable, but just a hard-coded number of 2 at 2 frames. So now actually we could test it out before I commit these changes. Just yet. Play the camera. Start tracking. Play this camera. Start tracking. Play this camera. Start tracking. I'm not looking at any camera right now. All right, now let's see if I go from, this is camera 1 now that you're looking at me, and camera 3 is over here on my, right behind the microphone area, behind my hand. Ready? Go. Did it flash to this view? I couldn't tell. You all tell me. Seems like it's not. Seems like it's not even a problem. What do you think? Basically, I don't want... what I'm trying to test out is that you don't see this view when I'm going from camera 1 to camera 3. Ready? All right, so I'm on camera 1. I'm going to go to camera 3. All the way, this is camera 2. Camera 3 is over here. So you tell me if it comes back to this, okay? I don't know. It seems like there's a little bit of a flicker, right? It flashed. I like how snappy it is, but maybe I just put a threshold on this. Make it be like, oh, 5 frames. I gotta look at it first. Oh, whoa. Something's wrong there. I wasn't even looking at camera 3.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds on Twitch. There's an ad running for 90.
It does it sometimes. Yeah. Maybe if I make it like 7. This one struggles. I mean, it's a little bit of it's a GoPro, so it's like got that fisheye look. And I don't know why this one thinks, even though I'm not looking at it, look, I'm not looking at you. I'm not looking at it. Stop it. Stop. I'm not looking at you. Why do you think? Excuse me. I'm not looking at you. Something's bugged with that one. Now I'm looking at you. I was actually looking at that camera. But then I look at this one and it's like, no, you're over here. There's something to do with my hand making it like more lively or something. Actually, I'm going to look at these results. while I'm doing it. I just don't understand how it's getting the pitch. I guess the pitch of my head is matching what it needs to be, but it shouldn't even be thinking that's a face.
Oh snap. Matty_2shoes just raided us with 12 views.
Oh!
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Matty_2shoes.
What's up, Maddie? You're tuning in at the right time. Thank you so much for the raid, Maddie.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Stony_Eagle.
What's up, Stony? Thanks for joining in on the raid with Maddie. Maddie, appreciate you, buddy. If you'd like, stick around. That's cool. If not, totally understand if you want to raid and run. I got you from here. You tuned in at the right time, though. I'll tell you that. I just got it working, and I'm about to wrap up.
Thanks for joining today, Ched_Dev.
What's up, Ched? Welcome in. We saw you flipping heads. Yeah. So basically, I'm using a library called Human that you can read more about up on GitHub. I'll drop it in the chat. Good to see you. I have a bad headache, unfortunately, so I'm gonna go lie down. Okay, yeah. I hope you feel better, Maddie. Thank you again for the raid, and welcome in everybody from Maddie's stream. If you're new here, I'm clarkio. I mean, I imagine Maddie usually does like an introduction of who he's gonna raid too, right? So, but just in case, I'm clarkio. I stream on Fridays, every Friday for the most part at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. And lately, I've been working on this tool to help me with my stream production. So at the beginning of my streams, I make a fool of myself by playing my intro song. What's up? Huh? So at the beginning of my streams, I play a intro song and I make a fool of myself and I dance, and I normally use my stream deck to switch scenes for each camera that I have.
Thanks for joining today, 3 on SH-Bon.
What's up, 3 on? Welcome in over on YouTube. Appreciate you watching over there. So I'm usually switching between the cameras myself manually, and it's hard to kind of dance around and make a further fool of myself when my hand is attached to the stream deck trying to switch scenes on the beat and stuff like that. So I've had this bright idea for a long time, and I finally got something working where when I look at the camera, there's something monitoring the source, the video feed for each camera, and then knows that that camera is associated with a scene in OBS, my broadcasting software, and switches to that scene. Lamp says, I need to run. It's 10 a.m. here. Fun to see you again. And keep on streaming and hope you recover full again. Bye-bye. All right. Thanks, Lamp. I appreciate you, buddy. It's great to chat with you, and good luck with the kiddo and all that stuff. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Or Saturday, I guess, if it's 10 a.m. for you. So that's what I've been working on, and you all are tuning in at the right time because I just got it. I made some tweaks to it and got it changing to where it's a little snappier so that it switches scenes quicker. So you're looking at me with these multi-head, and then when I look at another camera, now it's proving me wrong. All right, something's broken. What'd I do wrong? Maybe because, I think I had to have the browser open. This camera always seems to be a little finicky. But there you go. You see, like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just looking at each camera. And that way I can dance, you know? So you're saying we have the luxury of missing all the struggles and pain? You do. To some degree, yes. You can go back and watch the VODs if you want. Maddie says, friggin' cool. There is a new OBS plugin being developed with object detection tracking. I tried that out a bit earlier today. It's pre-release. Is it is Finite Singularity working on it, or is it somebody else, Maddie? Because that'd be fun to check out sometime too. And remove the need. This is going to be yet another thing that I've built out that I'm not going to need because of OBS plugins, which is great. So I had a bot, and then or streamer bot replaces it for me. So I had like a lot of custom bot implementation stuff for like my overlays and whatnot, which I got to go and fix actually. We learned today that some of it wasn't working. So anyway, got that working. I'm gonna commit these changes and push, and then call it a day. We'll go find another fine dev streamer to raid over on Twitch. Okay, catch you soon. Thanks, Maddie, again for the raid. Appreciate you, buddy. Different dev, but it ties in with masking and stuff too, like Finite has done. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Very cool. Well, keep me posted on that, or I'll check out the stream sometime when you dive into it more, maybe. Because I'd love to learn more about that, considering got something similar that, or maybe it could help me, you know what I mean, improve upon what I had to custom build here. All right, so let's get these changes pushed. So we're gonna say git add dot git commit -m add configurable frames threshold. Essentially what we did here. Let me just double check the changes, make sure I don't have any unnecessary console logs anymore. Nope, that's all good. Camera config, that's all good. And then here, yep, that's fine. All good, okay. And then we're gonna git push. If you want to try this out, you can. I have it up on my personal website, which we'll see. We'll watch the deployment go through. But if you want to check it out on my website, it is the link to it is here. Drop that in the chat. And so the idea is you can configure it all locally. I know the like UI is really, I gotta tweak this so that it's like actually readable and stuff like that. The idea is you add each camera that you want. Well, you give it permission to access cameras for your device. Then you click add camera and it will add a new section for each camera with ways to configure the thresholds that you might want for each one. It prints out the thresholds once you start tracking. And then if you want to set up each camera, once you have your cameras kind of set up, you don't need to like start tracking just yet. You go over to config and you give it your OBS WebSocket connection information. And then down here, if that was working, which I don't have it working for my public website yet, but localhost it does, you'll see which scenes you want to tie it to. All the scenes will show up from that it retrieves from your OBS instance here, and you can say, okay, for this camera, I want it to go to this scene. For this camera, I want it to go to this scene, and so forth. And then it automatically saves once you change that. You go back, and you're in here, and then you can you press play, and then make sure the camera is looking right. You have everything positioned the way you want, and then you click start tracking, and that's when it will start tracking to see when you're looking at the camera, and it'll change to the scene you configured in configuration. So there's that. And it looks like the deployment did go through successfully. So if I refresh this, it's gonna be like, hey, yeah, all the configuration is messed up still, but you get the idea. All right, on that note, chat, I'm gonna call it. Let's go, while I'm wrapping up here, let's go find someone to go raid. Twitch.tv. Oh, let's go get Triple B. Trip B. I shall raid thee. He's in focus mode right now. All right, folks, we're going to head on over to my buddy Bald Bearded Builder's stream. He's doing co-working, recording, and periodic chat. Good chill atmosphere. You can hang out with him. A good friend of the stream, Michael Jolly. But I will be back. If you've watched this far on Twitch and you haven't followed yet, be sure to drop a follow so that you can be notified and be at least aware of when the next stream goes, which will be next Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be April 5th. I'll be back. I'm likely going to do co-working streams on April 1st and 2nd, so keep an eye out for that. If you're on YouTube and you made it this far too, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel so you get more access to upcoming streams and videos if you'd like. And then, of course, if none of that interests you, but you still want to keep in contact with me and the community, the best way to do that is through the Discord. Go to clarkio.com/Discord. That'll give you the invite to the Discord server, and you can sign up to get alerts from when I go live and that type of thing. So, or just play Wordle games with us and whatnot. So, alrighty. I hope you all have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had a great time chatting with you all. Appreciate everybody that followed, subscribed, rated, chatted with me, or if you lurked throughout the stream. It means the world to me. I appreciate that support. And yeah, that's it. It keeps me going. So I'll be back next week thanks to you. All right, folks. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Enjoy Triple B stream. I'll see you later.